Hello, everybody. My mic was turned down. God damn it. God damn you, Windows. God damn you, Windows. What? No, that's not how that works. What? What? Am I using the wrong microphone? What the fuck? Why is my microphone quiet? Oh. Hello, Andrea. Hello. Why is my mic quieter? Son of a bitch, bro. Properties. Wait, that's the wrong one. Properties? Okay. My mic is quieter, and I don't know why that is. Usually, it's for a reason because of Windows. But Windows isn't even using it. Wavelength. Probably wavelength. This one. Sound. Go away. Haha! I figured it out. Hello, Rainer. Hello, Rhino. Hello, my dear Andrea. Hello, Chaylor. Hello, Stripes. Hello, Hualia. I hope you guys are having a wonderful, wonderful day. Mic is now fixed. We are good to go. I just gotta fix my mic. Hello, Star. Hello. Happy Tuesday. My fucking desk is bright because the sun decided to come out. I wasn't prepared for this. It is beaming off my balcony. Or my windowsill, so I can't really see things on my desktop. But that's okay. Let's get into it, shall we? So, last night I tried to download DaVinci on my new computer, and my face tracking isn't connected. 1 second. There you go. Well, fixed now. But yeah, it just for some reason did not want to work. And so now I'm installing stuff on my other computer. Installation has failed. What? What? Okay. Days been pretty good. Currently reflecting on stuff that happened over the last year. Valid. It is that time to do that. Hold on. Good afternoon, Devouring. Give me like 10 seconds. Something is confusing. I'm sorry, upgrade. If you want to continue, okay, remove the video sheet. Click yes if you want to perform. If you want to perform a clean installation instead, click no. Yeah. Yeah, I said clean install. Because it said it failed, and then it said it.
Oh, okay. So then let's try something else here. We essentially want to get rid of all those partitions there. So we're going to do like a delete.
Delete this partition?
And then delete. And then delete.
This one?
Yeah. And then delete. Okay.
Oh.
Now we are going to do.
Not gonna lie, it's a bittersweet year, but could be worse. Mood. All right. Windows is about to be bittersweet to me. I'll tell you what. I've never had this many problems with Windows in my life. But I'm a normal consumer of Windows. Pretty lazy when it comes to Windows. Is Windows being Windows at this point? Preach. Preach at this point. Hi, Juwu. How are you? Everybody say hello and follow Juwu if you haven't. They are a wonderful, amazing artist that had a video come out of them today. They are lovely, lovely, lovely. Yes. I was thinking about something and now I've forgotten. Ooh, I need to upload another VOD, so we'll do that. I stream? Yeah, I streamed on Tuesday last week, yeah. Saying, drinks are starting to get heavy. I've been this way since I asked you to go steady. Alright, because I have to do everything other than video edit right now. Well, I guess I could still video edit. I just kind of want to video edit on the new computer. But the new computer is being a little bit of a bitch right now. So we're going to do a few other things first, I think. To see if we can wait for it to download before we get into it. I ain't got no brain. Michael's gone insane. Julie starts to make me nervous. And I'll talk about the AI update that borked it all up. What? To be fair, what update doesn't bork it all up? Let's be fair. Wait, and I told you a level of concern, and you walk by like you never heard. Looking down my level of concern. Need you to tell me we're alright. Tell me we're okay. Tell me we're alright. Tell me we're okay. Tell me we're alright. Tell me we're okay. I hope you're having a wonderful almost 2026 video. Aww, sometimes updates good. Mostly updates cause hair loss. True. But I am having a good day. And I'm glad that it made your day because you always make my day when I get to see your beautiful art or see that you're streaming. I did it Windows in a hot minute. That's fair. That's probably for the best at this point, if I'm honest. I have to check on the other computer now. Is it okay? Are you okay? Installing. Okay. I just had to make sure he was okay. Okay. So, we're going to do a cool tech thing. Hopefully that I can figure out. Execute program command and SAMI. Both programs should be able to show a list of VCP codes that are settings you can change within the program. To know what parameters to put in SAMI, I'll need to know the monitor device name. Those things are specific to your monitors. So you have to check. So it's time to switch to Linux, but Apex Fair. I mean, you could you not emulate Windows? You know? Could you not emulate it? I have to extract this thing. Oh, concern. Tell me we're alright. Tell me we're okay. I call this programs. But you're not opening another. Okay. I still use Windows 10 personally. Fair. The only thing I worry about not having Windows 11, if you don't, is the security updates. What do you mean it's open in another? It's not open in a YouTube. When I was younger. Runs as a virtual one. You can't. Oh, fair. That's fair. I didn't think about that. Then it's true. I'm in love with a fairy tale, even though it hurt. I'll put these in here. And delete this one. Delete this one. We're gonna go do here. We're gonna go here. Read me to. All right. Okay, I think I just load this. More info, run anyway. I I don't know what this means. I don't know what I was doing. Oh, I don't know what this monitor is. System display. It is 2. It is this one. I'm in love with a fairy tale, even though it hurts. Both programs should be able to show you a list of VPD codes, which are settings you can change with the program. To know what parameters to put in Sammy, I'll need to know what monitor device name and the VCP code is for the input settings. Oh, it would be this one. Input select. It's a fairy tale here, even though it hurts. Huh? This might be harder than I thought it would be for me to figure out, so I'm just gonna... Let me see. Maybe my brain can figure it out. Maybe I can be smart enough, chat, to figure it out myself. You'll need to start the program and run the code that switches. You'll still need a program to run the code that switches. So something like, after that, you'll just need to execute program command and Sammy. Both programs should be able to show you a list of VCP codes, which are the settings you can change in the program. To know the parameters to put in Sammy, I'll need to know what monitor device. So I guess the thing I would have to know is... The fuck? My sweet Lithonia, what have you done? These are your children, I am your son. Cordy the Ray, what have you done? Input select read and write current value 15 maximum 18. Is that because that doesn't make sense. No. Change I have mouse wheel. Okay, I don't think I'm smart enough for this. That's okay. There's other things I can do today too. Like, see if it's installed. Yeah, it installed Windows. Let's go. a city of gold with none of your secrets if you don't tell a soul. El Dorado is a city of gold, and I met the fucking devil at every word I sow. El Dorado has a city of gold, and I'm looking for the penny, but lost track of my soul. Checking for updates. Joke my life. Z wants me dead or alive. Ooh, I need to record the videos for Enshrine because I do want to do those this week at some point as well. Man, for the favor that he knows that I owe. Oh, yeah. Oh, I also have to organize these. Fuck. I forgot about that. Colorado is a city. Hello, Buster. Welcome on in. How you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Colorado is a city of gold, and I met the fucking devil. I wonder if this matters. It might. Yeah, my name. It does. I just do this. And then put it here. Open up the door. Can you open up the door? Info. This last tree is wrong. Still feeling a bit down, but my therapist says I'm just grieving and I just gotta go through it. That's fair. Yep, you just gotta feel those feelings. It sucks, but that's sometimes what you just gotta do. Just gotta feel those feelings. What? There we go. There we go. Okay. So while the other stuff does the other stuff, I'll organize and shrine stuff. So these don't have stories. No. No. Folder textures. Programs. And color palette. Other news, I took today off. My boss let me. I'm my own boss. Well, that's nice. I'm glad you were able to do that. Not all bosses are as kind, you know? Sticker packs. Let's do the sticker packs. I think Katarina has those. We're serious. We're curious. Shared all art. Open up the door. Can you open up the door? Alright. Sticker packs. And then we do SP1 underscore. Or I guess, yeah, sticker packs SP1 gods. And this one is SP2 underscore tunes. And then we will do working files. Yeah, I'll just make that one green. And then SP1 underscore gods underscore all do. And do it like that. Rename guild Wallen. I realize I could do this differently. But I'm still doing it the silly way, not There we go. Those ones are good. And then these are going to be SP2 underscore tunes fruit. Where does a virtual car drive? I don't know. Where does it drive? Folder, working files. I spelled files wrong. I think Waddles worked on the other stickers. No, it was Zach, I think. I lied again. It was someone else. Who was it? Who? Stickers. Move. And Elane A. I like it. I like it. I like that one. That was pretty clever, actually, Taylor. I didn't see that one coming. I quite like that one. That was pretty good. Let's move them to sticker packs. Move. Oops. Oh, my hands are cold. My hands are cold. I see how my other computer's doing. Oh. Oh my god, I'm so cold now. I'm like wearing short sleeves and then I just have like a hoodie on. Off. Oft. I knew I'll not be right if I get through. I meant to say off the cuff. That was off the cuff? You just came up with that? That's actually really cool. I'll wait for my keyboard to connect back. SP3 underscore creatures. I'll go eat now. Have a good eat. I love you, Andrea. Sleep well. We'll be here probably when you wake up. Have a good night. Working files. Love you too. Yes. Yes. I'm actually gonna make this one yellow. Is this yellow? It is. And then we're gonna make this one green. And then we're going to the heading 4 to match. Actually, the heading 3 to match. Bold. Update. Heading 4 to match. Don't bold it. Heading 4 to match. What the fuck? Oh. Remember the view. Okay. Now I just gotta rename all of these. I'm cold. And my character. I gotta look cold. There we go. A sticker pack 3 underscore. Dragton? Yeah. Rune Might. Rune Bastion. Neck. I don't know if this is the queen necessary. Nectarine. Queen. I'll call it the Nectarine Queen anyway. This is the Warden, I think. This is a venting? No, immolating. Flint beak. This one is a venting flint beak. Okay. Sticker packs are good now. We can do new folder. We can do pins. No more of this. Oof. Okay. Can I like highlight and color multiple folders? Okay, there you go. Except for stickers. Stickers are good. It's gonna be orange. Hi, my love. Hi, Mew. How are you? I hope you're well. These are green. I took a shower. I hope I had a good shower. Dracula. How are you? I'm good. I'm trying to get my stream PC working, but it's being a little bit of a bitch. Not gonna lie, but it's okay. We're gonna get there. We'll figure it out. Roy G. I'm also organizing work stuff in the background. Did it air out again? No. No, it's on let's connect you to it. Looks like you've lost internet connection, which we'll need to continue setting up. Next. What's the weirdest chat you've ever had? Someone is saying that no, that's not weird. I guess it was weird. Someone saying that they wanted to moy to me. That was the weirdest thing. I don't think I have that. I could just do. Wait, how'd you do that? Sign in options? Oh. I have one. Oop. Huh? Okay, yeah, there was a guy, he was weird, and it was, yeah, it was weird. It was weird. It is why I'm not like anal about it, but I don't like it when people are like, I'm gonna kill you. Cause it gives me a little PTSD to that, and I'm like, It said it was gonna send it, right? I can't read. Send a code. Oh, I didn't click send code. Because obviously there's a separate button to click send code, because why wouldn't there be? I didn't know that word. Should I? Should I what? Should you what? You shouldn't say it. I didn't copy paste. Sorry, there's some people. That's okay. It's. I know. I did a dumb. My keyboard's connected opposite. I need. So I can see it on the other monitor. Was what I was doing. But yeah, no, it was weird. Oh, 5 for wife. Thank you, wife. No, it was just weird. Oh, cause. Oh, this is devil's number. I'm signing into Microsoft on my stream computer, and the code has my favorite number, but the devil's number. 666 it is. I thought it was funny. But yeah, it was weird. It was weird. I don't really care. It was. You open the window and I'm cold. No, it's fine. Just can I have a heated blanket? Well, it's fine. Leave it. Leave it. Fresh air is good for me. Pixel doesn't want me to have fresh air. He wants me to suffocate. He wants. Yeah, then I suggested, like, I was memeing, and then, whatever. I'm just being a goober. I'm bullying Pixels. Oh, just my fingers are cold. Thank you, King. No, I'm gonna be honest. I like Tyler, the Creator, and some of his songs, but I'm gonna be honest. The more I listen to them, the more I like them. But I appreciate your guys' condolences. That was like weird. Like, that was like the weirdest thing that's ever happened to me. Cause, like, to be fair, I think cause, like, I don't really put myself out there. I don't really, like, I'm not like an NSFW streamer or anything like that. I don't really get like perverts in my chat. And not that I'm saying being a pervert is bad, but like being a creep is bad. Being a pervert is fine. Well, I guess it depends. It's okay. I'll jiggle my boobs for the both of us. Yippee! It's just I don't. I'm not that NSFW, so like I haven't had a lot of people who are like, like weird about it. Skip. Huh? The sun. I don't know what window it is. It might be that one. I tend to just deal. I just tend to suffer. Kicking my feet like a small child. I'm trying to think of what other weird things have happened in my chat, but I don't really remember. Because chat's like pretty good. You guys are pretty good about stuff. Like, you guys are pretty nice. I don't know. I'll deal with it. You're just set up now. Hi, Bambi.
We should. Why don't you just try
Downloading DaVinci.
before anything?
That's what I'm doing.
If that works, then we'll do all the rest of the stuff.
All the rest of the stuff meaning what?
We have to update your drivers because we uninstalled all the drivers and stuff that we updated. So like we have to do graphics drivers and CPU drivers.
How come? Like, why did we uninstall those?
Because we wiped the we do clean install.
What's all this?
You logged in with your account, so it's synced.
Fuck off! Fuck off! I don't know how Windows works. How's work going? It's going. It's going. I'll tell you what, it's going. I don't know how Windows fucking works, apparently. Can I make it not sync?
I mean,
It would be the... No, I fuck off. This, you! It's you! It's you!
Yeah, so we'll turn this off, but like... I didn't even realize you had OneDrive set up on your other computer. That's kind of crazy.
Listen, I am an average consumer. If Microsoft tells me to do something, I just tend to do it. Because I don't know. I know! We learn, we live and we learn. Like, I'm learning right now.
Okay.
So this one,
Fix all
this
that later. Let's just make sure DaVinci works.
this one.
Okay.
Oh, I gotta type this shit back in. Yeah.
Yeah, if that works, then we'll get the rest fixed.
Sounds good. What?
I had that yarn on my desk.
Oh, should she get it? That's what I'm saying. That's why we can't let her be like running away from nail clipping. I trimmed my cat's nails today. Maybe that's the weirdest, Shaylor. Maybe that's the weirdest. I like being good. I like being good. But like, it's different. You can call me a good maincoow. Lost. No, not has image. Has. Oh wait, no, wait. I'm being stupid.
Yeah, I was gonna say we just.
Would you let me be Oopid? So good cow. I'm a good cow. Yeah, I'm a good cow. I'm a good cow. Numlock, please. 92. My head? She's gonna fucking nuke me, bro. She looked away right as I looked at her. I'm a good cow. I'm the best streamer. You go be like, who's a good streamer? And I'll be like, I'm a good streamer. I'll take that one. Cause like, there's this Tumblr post about how like, about like, how streamers and chat don't have a parasocial relationship because you see me more as a Neopet. Which is fair. Why is this tied together like this? Why are the ends tied together? Did you tie the ends together? God. Oh God. Go back to the will do. Bad, bad. How can you go have me and pretend someone you've never met? Come closer. What? What am I doing? I'm trying to figure out Windows. Listen, I've got 3 things on my mind. String, this head pat, the perfectly timed head pat, and Windows. And why the fuck I can't? Why can't I undo this web of lies? Oh, there's the end. Found it. Let's see if I can make something out of this really quick. From someone you've never met. Crochet pattern. Whoop, wrong keyboard. I can show you guys my screen now. Is it a headscarf? Yeah. Sure. I don't know, my cat's here. Granny cluster? This pattern. Oh shit. Chain 4. Double crochet into the 4th chain from the hook. Skip the 3rd. Skip chain count as double crochet. Huh? I think I get it, but I kind of don't. Hold on. Because my cat's going to keep playing with this yarn until I make something out of it. So I'm just going to make something out of it really quick. I'm sorry, Moira. You can't have this. Chain 4. 2. 4. And then 2 double crochet in the 4th chain from the hook. I think that's a beginning one. Yeah. But are they going? I think they're going into the V, I think. My cat looks like a fucking devil. That wasn't my best friend that night. That was the devil. Then another one. Ew, I'm like using my plastic crochet hook and it does not glide within yarn like the way that my metal one does. I feel bad. I don't want to take this yarn from my cat because she's having fun with it, but at the same time, I know she might choke on it, so I can't. And then... Oh. And then turn it. 3... Wait, with 3 STS. 3... Then maybe do another 3. Roll 1, turn. Turn. 1, 2, 3. Chain 3 count as... I'm fighting my cat as we do this. And then turn it. I'm supposed to turn it. Jesus Christ, Moira. Okay, I actually need you to let this rope go. I think you're gonna get hurt now. Give it. Are you caught? Hun, I think she's caught. Where is it? Oh, goodness. Okay, we actually, like, have to take this from her. I was gonna crochet something with it, but, like, both of her back legs are, like, stuck in it now. So, I'm actually gonna have to take it from her. Listen, I was gonna make something out of it to be creative. Alright. right, we're good now.
Yeah, you just can't let her have it while you're talking.
Listen. Okay. I'm sorry, Momosito. I'm sorry, my love. She's okay now. Hey, Dead Red, what's going on? Welcome on in. How ya doing? Did I do it wrong? Oh. Pulling an all-nighter? Why are you pulling an all-nighter? That make you EP. That's a good job. Need to make a little artwork. Fair. Fair. Well, I hope it's fun nonetheless. Stuck. Might need to update the grad then for that to work. Taskbar settings. Setting. Sync. I have to copy it. Fuck. You're gonna stay. What you doing? I can show you in 10 seconds. It's not this anymore. I was organizing work files, but now I'm setting up a different computer. Use this thing for the screen. Closest thing to Michelle Pfeiffer that you've ever seen. Running down to the riptide. I think I gotta show you now. Oh, it's not connected. Fuck. Okay, give me a second. Grape. Gift. Russell. Jungle Brave. Mixture. Road divide, please. Confirm. Man, I love you. That's all, yeah. There we go. Oops. I didn't mean to do this, sorry. There we go. In my veins. Close. I gotta close. It'd be great if my computer, like, didn't do that. Boop. Nope. Boop. Okay, that's not what I wanted, but that's fine. Okay. Unpin. Taskbar settings. Hide. There we go. This one. Hiding. Deep within your veins. Every night my eyes look around her. Cat's being a goober. Yes, she is. Oh, the bigger goober. Search engine change. There we go. Download only. Download this one. Save, and now we can switch back here. Cancel this one. Let's make the computer dark mode. How do I make a dark mode? Oh, this one. Oh. Ooh. Dusk. Oh, God. Oh, Jesus. Personalization. Dark. I actually call it this one. I like that blue. You done. You made me run. See you in Kingston. 3 seconds left, chat. Bed. Oh, fuck. It's gonna do this thing, right? I bought him the head. Oh, what is dead? Large icon, sort group by none. Is it properties? World, how's you all the time? Is it like you should customize? Pictures. Weird. Oh, this is not what I actually wanted a task manager. Lunch. Steps. I wanted the startup. Disabled. That's fine. Angled legs. Oh, you guys can't see what I'm doing. There you go. How are all these winds alone? Ooh, I want to turn that off. You all the time. Then how come I see you? Oh, but because I'm brain dead. Oh. Nobody. Also, do I have Bluetooth on this computer? Oh, fuck. Bluetooth. Okay. I'm trying to add a mouse. Never mind. Boop. Okay. This one. Oops. I have to let it linger. I was wrong. I was wrong. Unpin close. Where did I put that file? I want this. Blue hole by Sin Jong Han. Okay. I just want to change that on the other computer so I don't have to keep looking at the default Windows background. You have to let it linger. Ooh. This one. There's a deep. I'm just a fool for you. Who got me wrapped around your finger. Oh. Jesus Christ, there's a lot of things. I'm just a fool for you. Got me wrapped around your finger. Oh, you have to let it linger. Do you have to let it linger? Okay, I'm just gonna let that. Oh, will automatically restart in the background. I don't know. Pending restart. Alright. I'm falling. Alrighty. As we tune. This one, orange. Organize. Green. Organize. Green. Organize. These aren't in order. The colors aren't in order. What the fuck? That's crazy. I would like to rename this to art. And then we have a music one, right? Art. Red. Documents. I'm meeting you on, girl. I forgot where I was going now. Way too attached. Menu. I can't spell that word. Because of me. Let it end. And again. Okie dokie. Is this the thing that I made? Yes, it is. Okay. I need to go to the restroom real quick, so I'll be right back, and then we'll continue organizing files. I'm back. I am back. I'm gonna let that work in the background. And then we're gonna do this stuff. Yay! Hello, Jailer. How you doing? What you up to, bud? Alright, let's go back to art, because I know what I'm doing with art. Also, I need to change the color of everything, because now I don't know what I'm doing. Okay. Let's make them purple. Sticker pack can stay orange, though. Ah, my brain. Hi, Lady Ace! How are you? Welcome on in. Okay, this one. Trash. Pins. That's the one we're doing next, is the pins. Tired! Oh my goodness, you're tired? How come you're tired? What is it me there? Where are the pins? Where are the pins? I'm not in here. Did Katarina make the pins? Oh, wait. Delete. I just came back home from a long walk with my elders and my legs are crying. Whoa! Hey, listen. The burn is worth it. You'll feel good about it later. And if you take like a nice hot shower, it'll feel real nice, you know? Oh, there it is. Look, for an hour and 20. Jesus. That's quite a bit of walking around. But I'm proud of you nonetheless. Good job. Where are the pins? Move. Alright, I'm just gonna... Okay, it's still happened. Okay. Do that work? I will be the one that back. Get to your cat. Pins. Okie dokie. I'm just gonna be warp. Oop. Oh, did I just have to click it again? Did I do that right? Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Okay. Oh, wait. It seems to be yellow, right? It has to be yellow. Wait. Working files is green. Oh, nope. I am correct. Hold on. I am correct. They are yellow. 'Cause... Yes. So, working files is yellow. Okay. PSD, PSD, PSD. I gotta grab all the PSDs. Oop. Should have done it the other way. Working file, PSD, PSD. PSD. Okay, let if you know. I have food, so I'll be eating. I hope you have delicious. I hope the food is fucking delicious, mouth watering even. What did you get? If you don't mind sharing. Cancel. Let's do this working files, and then these are going to be pin packs. So I have to rename this to pin packs. This is new folder. Cons. Maybe two. I did this wrong then. Which works like a dog inside of the line. Tell you my sins if you can sharpen your knife. Either death would take a kind. Sea Guild. Magic Hater. This one. Mong Nogla. Cons. Cube. Oh no, it's a god. These are. Okay, I think we can keep these. This is a reference, so we can delete this one. Pin layout, pin ideas. Those can stay there. Pins, PSD. Those can stay there. The rest of these will go into Kib's folder. And these two will go into Nomi's folder. I got some Jack in the Box burger fries. They gave me a ton of fries, chicken nuggets, and cheesecake, but they forgot my sweet and sour sauce. Damn it. At least they got everything else, it seems, though. That sounds fucking sick. I want some, honestly. But it's okay. Thanks to the wonderful... thanks to the wonderful little pancake, we get to have Taco Bell today. Guild Wallen. Nogla. Oh no. There we go. And then TSU. NOMI. Shinomi. Yeah. Taco Bell. Ew, hey! Hey, you take that back. I love Taco Bell. Listen, you don't have to like Taco Bell. I love Taco Bell, though. Taco Bell. Working files. Amen. Amen. Humbled. Underscore prideful. Yeah. Listen, everyone likes what they likes, and that's the important part. Scarred. Everybody likes what they likes, and I like my Taco Bell, and you like your unpitable. And you like your you like your Jack in the Box. I like my Taco Bell. It is what it is. Sacrifice. This is the Smith. This is the Smothered. Yeah, there you go. Hoy. Pen packs. These are orange. Second orange. This is organized yellows. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna go eat, make it back in time, just in time. I'm gonna go eat, make it back in time. Have fun with Pokemons and food. Pin packs. We'll do one called Illustrations, I think. Illustrations. And then that's what the fight scene will be for. So we have 2 environments. I'll do all village cover. Okay, I need these to move here. Wait, is this the one? Yeah, it is. Move to trash. Alright, now all of these are together. Enshrined logos. Put that enshrined for now. I guess we could have like a merchandise folder. Yeah. Yeah, no, that makes sense, having a merchandise folder. And now the sun is blocking my camera in a different way. Lovely. So this needs to be orange. These need to be... Dun dun, red, red, orange, orange, yellow. These, orange, yellow. Green. Working files, organize. Blue. I like working files being blue. And sticker packs. These should be yellow. And then this one will be blue. Organized to be blue. Hi, Flame! Welcome on in. Hope you're having a wonderful day. We're currently going back and forth between things. I'm going to check my other computer really quick. Hi! Hi. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hope you're having a good Tuesday. Good, I finished my Friday a bit ago. What does this mean? Recommended. Install. So I've got New Year's. I mean, I have the next. Oh, awesome! I'm glad you have the next 2 days. I got it. My brain understands. Well, that's awesome. I hope that you can have a good, relaxing time. Honestly, because you deserve it. Oh. Hello, Norman. Comes out of lurk for a little bit. Hi, Curry. Hello, my dear. How are you? All right, I'm waiting for those to download, so I will let those download in the background. Thank you, of course. Thank you for the pap. I'm currently just organizing files right now. Have I see you now? Oh, let's see, merch. Sticker packs. This becomes yellow, and then this becomes green. And this becomes blue. I've been lurking since, well, about an hour or so. I appreciate you. I appreciate you very much. Okay, so... Kisses. Are these heading? Yeah, these ones will be heading 4. Yeah. These ones will be heading 3. But we gotta update heading 3. Heading 2. Oh, nope, I'm wrong. Oops. This one's correct. This one's 4. Update heading 4. And then these ones become... So what are we working on today? A lot of file organization, getting my computer up and running, my stream computer up and running, because I'm trying to take the load off of my current PC, because he is chug-a-lug-lugging a little bit. Heading 4. And then pin packs have to come back. Pin packs. This is a heading 3. These are heading 4s. I hear that, all of that, but I don't have a new computer to move streaming to. That's fair. I have only been very lucky, thanks to you guys here on stream, I've been able to do this. Like, honestly, streaming is like my full-time job at this point, other than like media marketing and stuff. So if it wasn't for you guys, I don't think I'd be in such a fortunate position. And I thank you guys a lot for that. So I hope you stick around with me. Okay, there we go. Now we're going to do builders, reference cards, dice, GM, screen. I don't know if Godmark will also go in here, but we will look at it. Art books will go in here. Reference card. Did I put dice? I did do dice. Reference cards, builders, art books. I did do GM screen, right? Yes, GM screen I did. Godmark. I think playtest will sit here, will say their own thing. Art books, book covers. Characters. Yes. And then I don't know if I'll put maps and playtest material or not. I think I will, though. I think it'll go... We don't have exactly a folder for... for the module, and I don't know how to describe that one. No, thank you. No, thank you. No, thank you. All right, restart. I must restart. Restart. All right, you restart, and then you'll be okay. I know you guys don't understand what I'm saying, but don't worry about it. Don't worry about this until the time comes. Okay, so... And then animatics. Characters. What does characters have right now? Olduthan, Priest, Female Knight, Monk, Priest, Novelist. Scholars of Infinity. We might change creatures later, but right now we have illustrations. And illustrations will be orange. And then... Same orange to yellow. We should call this the Warden fight scene. Yeah, we'll call this the Warden fight scene. Warden fight scene. And then Warden. Fuck, hold on. I have my computer indexing turned off for all drives but my boot drive because I have an SSD 3X. Wow! And then there are 2 and 4. Wow! That's fair. Oh my god, you have so many drives. That's cool. I wish I had more drives like you, but I do not, unfortunately. Honestly, hold on. I think I might do a thing that might be smart for all of us involved. Okay, hold on. Can I change the name of this PC? I'll do that later, I guess. Okay. Even if I can't speak, even if I can't speak. Hold on. This one. Except we're gonna make it smaller. This is for me. You can't read that, so that'll be good. That's just so I can read stuff. One day I will have 8 drives. For now, I only have 6. I don't know how many I have right now. But let me tell you why it's not enough. Oh, that's a good amount. 6 terabytes is nice. Okay. Resources, Blue Traveler Tales merch. Let's do another one, and let's do illustrations. This one will be like project. The project name is Warden Fight Scene. Project acronym, yes, so they would have to be WFS underscore specification underscore class. Specification. This is underscore final. Oh, I need all the clarifications of what things. Specifications, classification. Name of story. BTT with product acronym number. Specification. Oh, we could do like colored final? I think we could do like colored final. Because we could have others where it's like not colored. Specification. Two terabyte, 4 terabyte, 6 terabyte drives. Woo! That's really cool though. I think that's really cool. Did it error? Did you error? I can't see. It's like being covered. I did. Okay. I know you updated stuff. There is a thing I want to uninstall in here. Uninstall. Fuck off. No, you are not. Uninstall. Just fuck off, bro. My face turns into the drums when I know. On God. I want to get an animation to this song someday. Guys, when do we become Baby No Money famous and then I can just hire animators to just animate whatever I want? Obviously, I'll ask nicely and obviously I'll pay them, but, you know. There's so many things on this computer now that I don't know what they are. There's one guy that knows a whole lot of characters for this song. Really? That's cool. Poot, you got it, Bambi. Sorry, that should automatically be set up, but I forget. Very nice. Very short. The backup folders need cleaning up. That's fair. Do I have an app center at this point? Yes. Fuck off. Is this my problem? Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Do I have a gigabyte something on this computer? I don't know. I don't actually know. Lane, thank you for your compliments on Santa Baby. Thanks to you and a few others. Yay! I'm so glad. Curry. I hope you do. Oh, maybe we can do a duet someday. Who knows? Once I get enough courage to do a cover. Oh, I have to switch my keyboard. AMD 5950X. Homie, and I'll come. Fuck the rest of them. Fuck them all but us. I sing casually. I wish I was a singer, but I'm very casual. I don't know if that was sarcastic. Ooh, just kiss me. But you already miss me. A young tongue. My eardrums dum-dum. I love karaoke. They go about covers and shit. No way. I took some singing lessons, but it was very, very just broad spectrum. Like, I didn't get too into it because I got poor. So I just sing for fun. Okay, well, I clicked a thing I didn't mean to, but that's okay. Fuck 'em all. Fuck 'em all for us. So, and like elementary and middle school, fair. Well, I'm very out of practice. I do Santa Baby December takes. Hey, mood. I think I clicked a thing wrong. Yes. Okay, this one. We're on fire. Since we fall out, fire. Interesting. Run as admin, yes. I think I already ran as admin, didn't I? I'm on fireball. I was in choir for nearly 16 years and then a performer for an additional wow. That's fair. Okay, I conquered. I saw, conquered, I came. Let's see if this works. Walk this way. Successfully installed. That's what I wanted to see, baby. Name. I'm a vest. Okay. I'm on fire. I'm on fire. I'm on fire. I'm on fire. Fireball. I don't know what I'm doing. Don't know what I'm doing. I think so. Just don't break my bones, but nothing else you'll say. I don't see updates. Check for updates. Check for updates. Apply. I think to apply. Check for updates. Okay. Maybe it doesn't need updates. Now that I have it open. I think I got it out. I never am. I'm on fire. I'm on fire. I'm on fire. Thank you for the lurk. On fire. Fireball. Okay, that was the wrong one. I don't know the wrong one. Taking it, we're taking it, we're taking it down. We're taking it, we're taking it, we're taking it. I don't know which one I clicked. Does the animation and the content cubby? Okay, hold on. There's a parody of the song? What's the parody? We're bringing it, we're bringing it back. We're bringing it, we're bringing it, we're bringing it back. We're bringing it back. Okay. Oops. Nope. I gotta go to the other monitor again. Fireball. Oh, that's so fucking sick. I would want the animation. Oh my fellas animation. There's an animation to it that I really like. It's this one. Well, this is violent. I don't want to listen to this right now. I don't want to listen to Corpse right now. I'm not. This is a little too intense. Kibi. Yeah, Kibi. Hello, Shadow. Okay. Time remaining 6 minutes. Okay, back to the other computer chat. I make the other computer a bit bigger, but we'll see. This is rename new story. Wait, I think I'm getting confused. So it's category and then project. Category, it would be art. Project would be illustrations. Oh. Oh, this would be Warden fight scene. And then this one would be ILL under Warden underscore. I think I want to do the lower upper. Yeah, I think I do. Colored final. Specification. There's something about animated cats playing pianos that's just adorable. I made one myself too. You did. You did. This is true. This is true. And I quite liked it. Okay, so I gotta go back. Okay, wait. Project acronym specification. Yes. So if I did this, this would be ILL1 underscore Warden fight scene. Specification is not. Pick out number 1376. Project acronym, file name, and then underscore file name underscore. Oh shit, what was the last part? Classification? I'm just gonna do file. Okay, pick another number 2. And then classification, I think. File state. And then example. It was a piece of bread. Yes. So I think I did this wrong, technically. So this would be BTT. This would be blue traveler tales. BTT1, name of story. Name of story would be like Tongues of Truth. So this one would be a heading 3. Tongues of Truth. What's up, Sit? I don't know how to say your name, but what's up, Sit? I'm doing file management right now. And then so this will be BTT number underscore. This is folder overview. And this would be an example.
Okay, I like it, Picasso.
Well, I hope you're having a wonderful time, and I hope you're having a wonderful day. Truth. 1. Or, I guess, BTT, like, 3. Tongues of Truth, HG 1. IDT, tongues underscore. File name. Final. I think, for example, hold on, I gotta look at. It would just be 1. Yeah. 2, for example. BTT3, 2. It's supposed to be tourist, but I don't feel like changing it because It's been tourist for forever. Oh, is it? So is it yawn tourist? 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 I'll call you tourist though. Thank you for explaining it to me. My expense. Make this purple. And then in this folder, it would have another thing. There'd be another folder that's called working files. Roy G. Wait, what happened to the green folder? You can just say tourist or yawn. Well, welcome on in, yawn. Hope you're having a great day. Love having you. Appreciate having you. Art. Project is the merchandise. Okay, so it's different between art and then... I think I'm doing this wrong. Because it should be... Okay, so art. And then merchandise is the next level. And then project. I guess subject. So subject instead. So let's do subject. Just pin packs. And then project name acronym. And then... Actually, so this would be subject acronym with the number. And then... file name, like gods. Or like... I don't want to say file name. It's like... file descriptor. Scriptor. So, right, it would be merchandise pin packs, which is the subject. And then this would be the green one. And then this would be the blue one. Yes, this is the blue one. Because that's working files. So in here is working files, and then it also has this one, which is project. This would be subject acronym. Subject acronym. File descriptor. Descriptor file name. Okay, I think I have to do this. Oh, I hate that when that happens, when you're like trying to clean your glasses and it's just like smudging them. Speaking of, I kind of want to put my glasses on. I feel smarter right now. I don't think I have my glasses on yet though. I think they're in the living room. I think they are, so never mind. Weirdo. Check on my other computer real quick. Keep software up to date. Restart computer. Oh, she's walking out the door. Oh, that is like the same color. Shit. Ugh. I don't like that. Hi, Kiwi! Free from my electrician internship. Oh, fair? How did that go? I hope you had fun. I hope it wasn't too much of a headache. I know sometimes those things can be a headache. I don't like this. I don't like this. Why don't I like this? Shower special. I'm a creep. I'm a weirdo. What the hell am I doing here? I don't belong here. Oh, I don't like that. I don't like that at all. I should know it. No. Make the text white. The whole thing to be that way then. Yeah, that's fine. Wait a sec. You like that, my darling? You would expect. He was anxious about it, so he was really grateful I knew how to do it. We still have a few more, but he's gonna wait to buy them since they were $30 each. Fair? Fair? I like this one. To 505. 5-minute drive. Our imagination to your side. Hi, Fruit Bat. Welcome on in. I hope you're having a lovely day. I want like an empty space. That's weird. I want it to be highlighted with like a little bit more like this whole square, but it's not gonna do that. And so I just gotta buck up. Orange. Yellow. I still can't see that folder icon. Fuck. Folder. Oh, this one. Yeah, this works. Works enough for me. And then I could change these back to black then, I think. God damn it. Yeah, that works. Okay. Make sure these have a space. Yep. And then I want to do it like this. I like the look of it better. And then working files. Yes, and then I need a file. paper. File or filer file. I guess that's fine because it's white. Wait, if that's white, then shouldn't these be white to represent icons? Ah, fuck, this is gonna fuck me, isn't it? I couldn't get away. I am just gonna have to deal with the fact that you can't really see it there right there, but that's okay. And then this one shouldn't have a color because it's a file, I think, is what my plan is. So this is update normal text. Category, product, subway, subject, file descriptor, subject, file anatomy. Subject, acronym, working files, file descriptor, file name. And then let's go down and we're going to copy this and we're going to naming convention key, which is going to be this guy. Backspace, of course. I'm going to find a key. Or actually, I like this pin. Let's use that pin. And then we're going to color these in red. Orange. Why is this blue not the blue that I think it is? Wait, what? Wait, what? Red. I'm gonna take the Christmas decorations off my tuba. You have a tuba? That's so cool. Are you gonna share the tuba? Do you like tubas? Or do you just have one? Blue. And purple. Roy. Okay, so this one needs to be orange. This needs to be yellow. This one, Roy G, and then this needs to be purple. Blue. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. And then this one. Update. 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 Dun, 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 dun. Now update. Oop. Bruh, what's happening? I play it? That's so cool. That's actually really cool. Do you enjoy it? Do you enjoy playing the tuba? I hope you do. No, okay, hold on. I'm just gonna. Update. Update. Beautiful, the space between. Update. Update. Okay. In the nighttime. subject. BTT. Okay, maybe I shouldn't have colored these. Okay, they're already blue. They're gonna stay blue. Cause pin packs. Oh wait, no. This can be subject. Nope. My brain is understanding. I think I can do it like this. BTT art. Right? BTT art, and then we can go. Let's do it like this. Blue Traveler Tales. Let's do it side by side. So Blue Traveler Tales. And then BTT1. So we can do... Blue Traveler... Hold on, I need... Fuck off really quick. Okay, so... This is... Art. Merch. Nice. Pen packs. For you, baby. Okay, now let's go back. We Traveler Tales. Pre-note. We could call this series 1. Do series 1. Series 1. Yeah, I'm in college right now trying to get my degree so I can start. Oh, so you can start teaching music? Bro, that's so fucking cool. That's cool as fuck. I used to play the cello. I used to be a cello player in middle school. I still own a cello. It's just at my parents' place. Pin pack series 1. So pin pack 1 series 1. So this could be S1 underscore. It should be BTT underscore S1 underscore. No, if it's a folder, it doesn't need it. It should be like Ada hand underscore. No, it needs the modifier. So it needs the BTT1, BTT underscore S1, 8 hand. Does that make sense? I don't think it does. I used to play violin. Mayhaps we should start our own orchestra. Yes! Orchestra! Orchestra! I gotta go to the restroom real quick. I'll be right back as I think about this a little bit more. Be right back. Tell me more about your teaching degree and what other instruments that you guys would be interested in playing. Okay, so this goes back to this then. And then I can remove this modifier because we don't need it anymore. My kiddo plays violin. My cousin is a concert violinist who has performed all around the world. Her husband is a classical guitarist. Her kids play both. I play rhythm guitar. Jesus! Nothing serious. You guys fucking sound like, what are they called? The Kelly family? Yeah, the Kelly family. They were like a family that was like, which I'm gonna add some of their songs to the playlist because I like their music. Harmonica. I always wished I could play harmonica, but I'm not a harmonica person. But on my bed, I can tears out the darkness I inherited from Dad. Oh, I am no longer sunny because I miss the way you laugh. For me forever now, you still can't call me back, and I'll love her, Mom, but it's the season of the sticks, and I saw your mom, she forgot that I existed, and it's half my fault. I just stopped to play the victim, swishing my internet back, cause I think it's fucking something up. Playing me side of some version of you that I may not have, but I did not lose. Now you're tire tracks and one pair of shoes, and I'm sitting half. Now I don't have to lose. A couple years ago, I was in high school. My middle school, I was in high school. My middle school band teacher would let me come back after school. Oh, that's so cool. I only play rhythm guitar for the most part. I can play other instruments and have, but I'm still very out of practice. That's fair. I mean, hey, sometimes it's a fleeting moment thing. Your mom, she forgot that I existed, and it's half my fault that I stopped to play the victim. I'll drink alcohol till my friends come home for Christmas and all. So it's not really file name as it is file descriptor. And this is not so much file descriptor as it is file subject. Subject, project, subject, file topic. Right now I need instruments and audio gear to get them into the computer. That's fair. I'm trying to make this in a way that, like, someone who doesn't understand English can be like, I understand what's happening now.
That goal makes sense. It's one of those things where it's like with file organization, I feel like you're never going to know until you actually go to do it, which is what you're doing now, is going to do it and then making adjustments.
I'm in love with an alien. Oh, my eyes. Are you here for the damning moment of where they're finding out all the updates if I did work or not? An alien. Fuck! It didn't work. The updates for the BIOS worked. Like, I have the Ryzen thing now. I did settings, and then I did check for updates. And I didn't really do anything.
Right, that's updates for the software, though. I was looking for driver updates. I wanted to see if this had a driver update tool.
Her love to me. I downloaded another thing.
Yeah,
This one?
Did you do anything in here yet?
No.
Oh, okay.
I've been an alien. I'm in love with her eyes.
So you just want chipset drivers.
This one? Yeah. Do I have anything on Gigabyte on this computer?
Gigabyte? Your motherboard.
Okay.
That's the thing that pops up in the corner, yeah?
Yeah, I installed it.
Why? I told you not to.
I don't remember you saying that.
Yeah, I specifically did. I was like, yeah, we don't want that. It's just bloatware.
I uninstalled Norton on my computer.
You installed Norton on your computer?
Yes, and then I uninstalled it.
Oh my god.
Because they scammed my father.
Yeah, it's scammed.
My name is Elaine Maincoow.
Why did you
And
install
you scammed
Norton?
my father.
Why did you
Prepare to die.
We could have just done this after. Why I turned my back for 1 minute and you're installing all sorts of bloatware.
That's why we uninstall it after. We just gotta get it to work. I am a normal consumer.
I can tell. But why'd you install Norton?
I uninstalled it.
But why'd you install it in the first place?
Well, because, like, it was, like, download this list, and then I was like, okay, and then I didn't realize... Yeah, and I didn't realize until it started downloading that there was Norton, and then I was like, oh no, and then I uninstalled it.
I guess we'll have to wipe Windows again.
I don't have to wipe Windows. I am a normal consumer! Do you have the name of the Blue TT stories? Do you have the names of the Blue Traveler Tale stories? By any chance? You're breaking my naming conventions already. You fucking assholes. Alright. Alright, alright.
It's just there's Blue Traveler Tales, and then there's, which is just the story, and then there's like a plot and a B plot, and there's like per story name.
I have an idea. What's your idea? We played D&D. I played D&D on Thursday. This is not the song I was thinking it was. This is not the song I thought it was. Oh, no. Sure, this one works. By the way, are you collabing today? No, tomorrow. Right? Because, yeah, tomorrow's New Year's Eve. So tomorrow. Today's Tuesday. I'm a good cow. Okay. Hello, Kazia. Welcome on in. How was your day? I hope you're having a wonderful one. If you need a ray to rest, feel free to do so. I'm just here being a goofy goober and doing things and organizing files as I need to for work. How's it going? Hope you guys are having a wonderful day. It's yellow, right? Subject? Yeah. I don't like the live version. The live version doesn't sound as good. Help, my power went out. No! Tourist, no! Being text spam by Kurt? Why do I keep thinking it's Wednesday? Hold on. This is... I don't want the live version of the song. Yeah. It's so hot. Where the fuck do you live that it's hot? It's fucking cold for me right now. Let's fail. Nobody sees my soul is a human doll. Na 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 in Florida? Damn. That's fair, I guess. sweet. No, fuck off. Na 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 na. I don't. It's cold outside, hot as fuck inside. Open a window. Open a window might help. MD Rising Master. Hey yo, 40-day streak. Thank you for sharing your streak with me. What's up? What is up? Yeah, plans. So I'm gonna bounce, but I hope you have a good rest of your stream, Elena. I hope you have a great New Year's. You too, Kaja. Have a wonderful night. Have a wonderful day, night, whatever time it may be for you. Trying to look up. I'm fine. How about you? I'm pretty good. All right. What is the thing? I'm fine. What about you? I don't know if I answered that, but I'm good. Everything, I think. Everything. I spell things really bad. I guess I could try. Hold on. 7-zip? Oh, I have the wrong. Oops. I am. Oh. Can I download it? Oh. What? Where is this one? Downloads. This one. What? What? File location. Show more options. Send to desktop. Open. Choose another app. Always. What? Oh, there we go. Diavolo. Diavolo. Okay. Open. Let's try it. Connection. Oops. Restore this one. No. My power's back up, but the internet's still out. Oh no! Okay, open with. CRC failed. All right, I have another idea. Playing with some Sims 4 stuff? What kind of Sims 4 stuff? This one. ENSHRINED. Oh, you. Nice sushi for the first time. How was that? How was that? Did you have a good time? Was that fun? Put pics in the oven. Let me look. Ooh. Yum. That was really good. Oh, wait, no, I'm on this movie version. Also, thank you for the check-in. Go to the metal now. Not my first bite. Rumbling and something in there. Because you can, and because you're welcome. Obviously. It's returned! Woo! What will you do now that it is returned? This would just be... Oh. Nope. Word in fight scene. Yep. Make D&D campaign. Ooh. Final. There we go. There we go. Flings and noodles and rice. Pass me a shumai. Cool. Wait. Subject. Art red. Orange. Illustrations yellow. Wait, what? Oh, I think I fucked up. Illustration is the second one. Subject is yellow. Those are yellow. Oh, did I fuck this up? Because then it would be warden fight scene. One subject, acronym, file, topic. I think I did. Ooh. Ew. What the fuck? Oh, wait, no, that is the green we want. Whoops. Oops. Then is this the blue that we want? Yes, it is. Cool. That's why I fucked it up. That's why I fucked it up. Okay. This does need to be green. Okay, Elaine understands now. File topic, file descriptor. With this. And then this one. And then this one. And then make it green. Yeah. Yep. I got it right now. And then Blue Traveler Tales. BTT3. BTT4. BTT5. BTT6. BTT7. So now these should all be green. Yellow. No. Nope. I've gotten myself lost once again. Fuck, okay. Or merch. Pin packs. PP1 underscore gods. Right? Pin packs. Yeah. Subject. Wait, what? Merch pin pack. That makes sense. So why doesn't it make sense in the thing above? That's because this needs to be this. This needs to be this. And then this will be none. I guess this could be purple. Actually, let's make it pink. This is a file. Purple. Working file and then subject name acronym. So they should be green, right? Yeah. And then underscore whip. Underscore final. Yeah. BTT 1, 2, 3. Yes, everything else should be already correct now. Then I did all the kibs. This is insert break, page break. Okay. Tight. Oh no, it will survive. I think it's the naming. BTT1 file topic. Yeah, it's skipping the file topic. Okay. Oh, no. I remember what I was doing now. This one. Test. What's this from the ships? And like everything is fine. This one. This one. Just they say. Just once. Extract. Away from me, I just want time and tree. I need a space just for me. Somewhere that I can be. Okay. That's all good. Illustrations. dice designs. Resources is good. This can be orange. And then this one. And then Zax needs to get out of here. Hi Vex, how are you? Welcome on in. We have gods. Nagla, Scholar of Infinity. UT series characters, art book covers, Nagla gods. Things that I never should have seen. Having a little girl NPC join the party for most of the campaign, and at the end it's revealed she's it was a Stitcher, a type of necromancer who was controlling her, having her lure party out. Oh, that I like that twist. I'm okay. I just made it, so I have it's time to clean up. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You have to clean up, but it's okay. It's all gonna be okay. Let's see. What's that? Oh, okay. I don't think so. Wheel builder cards. This one, this one, this one. Enshrined D&D logo, creatures, environment, illustration, playtest, not touch. NPCs. These need to go in merch. What is this? I don't know what that is. Dice design goes in merchandise. So we have characters. Collected PSDs. I don't know what this is other. Organize. Like this one. No. Yeah, poo poo brown. Things I don't know what to do with. See my picture booth. Once they defeated the little girl, they'll take a short rest, but that short rest will give them time for the mother to find them. But Stitchers know the location of their creations. Oh, that's fair. That's actually really cool. They're all back mid-range. Strange. I have friends here. No, I don't. I only have a friend. Come on. You got what I need. And you say she's just a friend. You say she's just a friend. Oh, baby, you got what I need. He's just a friend. Creature. Organize. Orange. Organize. Oh, organize orange. What do you? Also, be no fine. Organize. Environments. So we can build a relationship. And in the future we was planning. It sounded so sandy and sweet. I was in for a treat. See what she was actually cancel. Move to trash. Move to trash. She's just a friend. You got what I need. And you say he's just a friend. You say he's just a friend. Oh, baby, you got what I need. Okay, he's just a friend. Say he's just a friend. You Oops. No, wait, it's vexed. It is vexed. She is alive. She was here yesterday. 6-8 point. A visitor's form. That's what I saw. There we go. Let's go in the mouth. It went down south. Then I say, really just has a friend. Okay, I'll leave that like that. Actually, sing to me in my eye. Me waste another second. Don't you make me wag my whip on you again. I deny you're nothing to me. So see. Unto me, you will see. Oh, life is nothing without me. Oh, my back. Okay. Okay, we'll see if that works. Art, trailer, and panels. Bring to me. Okay, there we go. Trailers. Oh, what did the other green do? What is this? This is for marketing. Organize, move. Share to this one, move. Marketing, move. Collected PSDs. What is this for? This is for one of the trailers. Trailer. Collected PSDs, I think is the same. Trailers. Godmark. I think Godmark is an illustration. Let me look at it. I know who Mr. Optimistic, highly realistic. Yeah, I guess Godmark can just be Godmark, because I don't know where that goes. is fusing their creations with living things. I'm not sure if they can officially, but in this campaign they can. So the mother sees her daughter on the ground and starts sewing their skin together. So interesting. It kind of reminds me how in South of Midnight, the weavers she put like magic into her doll, and it was like a little voodoo doll. It was very cute. Mystic, realistic. Did I do it? The Weezers. The Weezers. Continue. Like the sunshine. Mr. Optimistic, either realistic. I'm trying. Nope, wrong thing. The sunshine. It's not. Is that the other one? Whew, Jesus Christ. A print just fell off my thing and it scared the shit out of me. Overthrow. What? Okay, other computer time. The lights then stop me, tend to stop. And then I gotta hide my screen really quick. Is that my Pookie? Hello, Pancake. How are you doing? How are you doing, my dear? Hi, hi, hi. Oh, yeah. I'm so confused. To brother and my sister said. Finky. Okay, well, that's a little confusing. Oh, good. How are you? I'm good. I'm good. I'm just trying to get my computer, my streaming computer, to be happy with me, but because right now it is not happy with me. Calling, calling, calling home. You continue. Okay. Okay. I can't read. Will you be joining us tomorrow? I haven't really checked the reactions yet. I need to do that today for the New Year's Eve collab. Also, are you still sick? How are you doing? You were sick the last time we spoke. What's tomorrow? Tomorrow, New Year's Eve peak collab. Lights, 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 lights. I'm still a little sick. I'm sorry. Yes, I'll join. Pog, could you just react to the message? It's okay if you're late. That's like fine. It's not really the point, so. Is there calling, calling, calling me home, calling, calling, calling home? Fun template, TikTok template. Be highlight. I reacted. Thank you. Be highlight. 5 shine. Be stars. Okay, now I can share my screen again. Yeah. Alright. Who wanted me to stay? Okay, let me finish organizing this folder and then we'll go into the other stuff. And if they defeat that, the stitching will slowly come undone, ripping them apart, and the mother will just slowly crawl to her daughter corpse, leaving a trail of blood, and she'll hold her in her arms, saying something about just wanting to protect her daughter, and she'll die next to her. Daughter's going to be with the party for like 14 hours in real life. I would, if they are not attached, you might have some psychopaths. But you never know. I coughed up a huge blob of mucus at work today while drinking tea. You okay? You okay? Sounds a little icky. Put everything. Branding. See now. From the dance one. The West Hollywood. Okay, this one still needs to be organized, so let's make that pink. Trailer creatives. Is this marketing? This is marketing. God damn it. Move. I feel fine, but that doesn't mean you are fine though. That's it all. Wicked dreams. Leaving Tennessee. My throat doesn't feel full anymore. Well, that's good. I'm bad. Will not cause a scene. God, what have you done? You're a pink pony girl, and you dance at the club. Oh, mama, I'm just having fun. You? Hello? Did you? Okay. I'm gonna keep on. Hello? Do the thing. Okay, thank you. I have to make sure you're all the same orange. And then Kickstarter needs to be organized and trailers need to be organized. And also this one does too. Actually, most of these need to still be organized. Fuck. In Tennessee, you're always on my mind. Okay, let's do the Godmark stuff. Nice orange. Folder working files. I keep on dancing at the West Hollywood. Prince. Okay. What? Okay. I'm gonna keep on dancing. I don't want to do this. Can't be killed one. He rolls around. Why to run away every single day? Mango, a grape. That was something else I was gonna do. Fuck. Okay, okay. Then I'll organize these and then I'll go to the other computer then. just need your love, my loves. All dolphin. How the fuck do you spell dolphin? How do you spell it? How do you spell it? How do you spell it? Can you play A Million Times by Mike Kroll? Yeah. That's not really how the song request works, but yeah, I can do it. I got you. You just put the song name in it. Don't worry about the one it's told it said it was gonna add. Okay. How do you spell dolphin? How do you spell it? Playtest. Nope, not this one. People of this one. Dolphin. God Lord. G underscore dolphin. Full body. Final. Yeah. Right, that's how I do that? I think so. G underscore Guild Wallen underscore transparent. Right? There's only 3, right? 1, 2, 3, yeah. G Guild Wallen underscore cancel. Open Kib. Purple. Folders or direction. Okay, that's not gonna do that. Okay, PSD. These ones. PSD. PSD. Okay. So now this is G underscore Kib underscore heater of magic. Yeah. Okay. Then I gotta fix this here. And then we just take this. Except this doesn't follow my thing of magic. Humbled. Master Crafter. This one doesn't either. Master Crafter. Ref sheet. 9 scarred. The Pitable. Prideful. Self-sacrificing. Shunned. Smothered. You don't know what that was about? Long for content. This one. And then I'm just gonna do. I actually don't need this anymore. To be fair, after I export, it doesn't really matter. The fuck? Okay then. VODs. Pin to quick access. This one will go here. Yes, I know. Unpinned from quick access. Oh my god, Jan! Thank you! Thank you for for gifting a tier 1 sub to You Took My Cow. That means a lot. You're the reason why I can keep doing this every day. Mwah. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I hope that while I'm just chilling and just hanging out, that it can still keep you, you know, having a good time. Okay, I don't need this. Sleep when we want to hide. Okay, you two need to go in here. Okay, and then we are going to go to a different one. And then we are going to rename this VOD Fix. And I will go back to VOD Fix. Is this part 1 or part 2? This is part 1. Face. When did it break? It broke right here. Feel like I don't. How do I scrub? Oh my god! Thank you for gifting us up for Jew! I really appreciate it. We love Jew in this household. And we really appreciate you know, gifted subs. You more for the funsies. One more. Oh, thank you. I appreciate you. And I hope that, you know, that hanging out here could give you some joy, give you some fun. I don't know. Okay, it looked like everything else was okay. Except for that, so. There we go. I appreciate you very, 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 very much. Wait! Wait, this reminds me of something. And I also forgot to do this, subterms. I have to put names on here just in case. We'll start with Yon Tourist. Yon Tourist. And then let's do, I have to go back. Hold on. Call me like that. I think we have everyone on here. Starlit, Star. I think Star's already on here. Yeah, and then Moon. Yep. Okie dokie. I have an idea. Insert to the. No, maybe not. Maybe I won't. I was gonna make a little fish charm and put it in the scene as well, but I'm lazy. You gift subs, so you get this charm. Pog. Okay, I figured it out. And you did biddies. Thank you for the biddies. Oh my goodness. Oh my god. Well, now you get both of them. And then I just need to highlight this to make sure that I remember this is the new one. I need to uninstall Unreal on the new computer, so we will be doing that in a minute. We'll be doing that in a minute. Okay, I need to remember to do that. Again, look me seriously. Okay, so render VOD December, what day was this? 22nd. Edit videos. Okay. Sleepless nights turn into love. Oop. Avenue, really the same to you. Okay, I'm gonna pause on Enshrined stuff for right now because I would like to get stuff set up on my other computer for video editing purposes. And now that we have the archive, does it go on Bing Bong? I'm trying to think and I don't remember. I think I got all that set up. Move old TikToks to archive. Is that where I'm putting those? Or do I put those here? Ah, I am putting them here. So this is archive. Yeah, I want to put those here. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Thank you for the boop. Thank you for the boop. Trying to figure out where I want to move stuff. Okay, let's do art. I might have to do it like this because all my files end up being like this. For documents. To TikTok archive. I number them so that way they sit in an order that I want them to. 3 Dungeons and Dragons. 2, 3, 4. Stream can be 5. My eye itches. Other stuff. The door. Whoa. Thank you for the wellness check. I need to drink some water. Tear it out and get a new one. Tear what out? Huh? What are we tearing out? What? What? Work. Documents. Work. I don't... What is this? Your eye? Ah, fair. I do think it would be cool to get a different eyeball. Oops, I didn't mean to close that. God damn it. This needs to go... here. Cyber Eyes win? On God. J, K, A, B, C. Does anything reference this? I don't think so. Yeah. I don't have a G drive anymore. H, I, J, K. Does anything reference this one? No. How do I... No, it's fine. It's fine. Okay. I don't... Okay, it's fine. It's fine. What the fuck? Hold on. There you go. Okay, what goes on here? So the 24th.
Bing, bing,
Bing bong, bing 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 bong, bing bing bong, bing 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 bong. I fucking love that fucking audio, dude. Okay, those need to go there. Now going to my NAS, I had VODs in here. I had a feeling. It's great. I love it so much. Oh, this only has 2025 in it. Ah, yes, my brain is happening. And then, so how full is archive? Archive's pretty full, actually. Does 3D work? Why is archive so full? I wish to know. It's probably gonna be because of 3D work. These ones all cute. Special VODs? Then wait, is everything else here also? Gameplay other. Okay, what did I come back to? You came back to me organizing my own files. That's what you came back to. Yeah, that's all good. Oh my goodness, my brain balls. Yeah. This is all that I need to reference from this. And then... Dirty stinking face. Oh, it's because my eye itched. My eye really itched. And I was like, eh. So that's why we were talking about that. Don't worry, I'm not actually going to rip my eye out. I'm a junkie. I'm a baseline junkie. I'm a baseline junkie. Get funky. Are you a baseline junkie? I am. Mug me higher. I'll blow your fucking face away. Actions. Around here whinging. Big need no speed. I don't need no heroin. I don't want no coke. I don't. Baseline junkie. I'm a baseline junkie. I like it funky. I just need these things to move. I realized that you guys couldn't see what I was doing, but I was waiting for things to move. Good bass, big dirty stinking bass. feels like it's taking like forever. Social. Yeah, it really is just because of odds. Duplicate files in here? Okay, funky. Damn, I must have streamed a lot on that day. Dirty, stinking, big, dirty, stinking face. Dirty, dirty face, big, dirty, stinking face. Is there any other part of my computer that I'm like confused why it's so full? Not really. Not really. Bitch by 4. Okay. Let's do this one. Body. Yeah. Yeah, I want this guy to get full. Yeah, because that's kind of like my plan. Is that he gets full. And then Lane has brain thoughts that aren't happening, but they will happen eventually. This one old, this one new. Okay, yep. Okay, and then we have one more that is in here. It's called VODs right here. I do want to move all of these currently to the other computer. So I will wait for this, and then I will move it over. And then this guy is good. I won't be looking at that guy anymore. Yeah, I won't look at the guy anymore after this. Is there anything else in the NAS that I don't want to have in here? Yes. Programs, okay. I don't know what that is for. This song? Engravings? Thank you for the biddies! Thank you. I appreciate you. Used you. Yes. Bits for dice! I appreciate it. You have no idea. I appreciate you very much. Everybody loves bits. I know I love bits. Guess I can keep those there. I guess I can put these in here because I'll have to move them. I think. V-highlight. Yeah, I'll have to move these out of here anyway. Shine. Did you know? Other guys don't realize they my reaction. What are the truth? Timelines. Timelines templates, okay. All living is underneath So this is like the cleaned up version of it. Okay, cool. Okay, now I just need the stuff to move. It's like 1.5 terabytes of stuff. Will it handle that? It will. Then I'll only have a terabyte left. Huh. Huh. Hold on. Keep those there. Oh, my Final Fantasy ones. Do I not have... Oh, it's empty. It says it has March, though. March 10th. Interesting. Okay, how big is this one? Let me see. Yeah, and then... Okay. This is the dragons. These are like the broken ones, right? These aren't broken. The new folder. There. Okay. And then Tales of Therapia. This gets removed. And then Enshrined, okay. And then Walk Amongst the Wild, okay. These are the fucked up ones. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. We can keep these here, I think. I do want to move these ones. And the gameplay ones, which are being moved. And then TikTok time can stay here. Okay. I think that's it. So I'm going to leave this on downloads. And then I'm going to let that run in the background. Then I'm going to go to studio mode. And I'm going to go to desktop-y. And I'm going to make this bigger. And I'll just do that. And then I'm going to go to other computer. Okay. And now I have to send audio back and forth so that this needs to come here. And then put this. Picture's done. Okay. I'll fix that later. Okay. So let's start with the V-stars template, and it's gonna be Angie. And then it's gonna go. We want to relink proxy media. We're gonna go. We have to move them first, though. I forgot. Let's put them. Oh, this is the other one. Oh, fuck this PC. Users. This one. access. I don't actually know which of these are different videos. Unpin. Unpin. Documents, pictures. And contacts, links, music, OneDrive. Unpin. We'll just keep them in these two then. Okay. And then go to properties, go to customize, change icon. We're going to change this to a document icon. Wherever that may be. There we go. That's a picture one. There's the video one. Where is the documents one? Might have already forgotten. Oh, there it is. Oh yeah, then I gotta what? And to start. Oh. There we go. There we go. A new folder. Hi, Pocky. How are you? And then we're going to go here. We're going to go downloads. We're going to go this PC. We're going to pin to quick access the NAS. We're going to go here. We're going to go to large icons. We're going to go to folder icons, and we're going to copy this guy, and we're going to put him here. So that way, when I go here, me tired. Understand, if you need to get some sleep. I appreciate you popping in, though. But I'm doing pretty good. I'm just setting up the stream PC right now before my brain explodes, you know? Group by none. That's this one. Okay, apply, okay. And then pin to quick access. I wish this would fuck off. Show more options. Okay. Can I uninstall OneDrive? I think I can. Yeah, there it is. Install. Yeah, not good when the brain explodes. Exactly. That's why I'm trying to do this easy breezy beautiful, you know. Right, left, right, go. There we go. Oh, so I want to uninstall. Uninstall. Let me appreciate that's baby, no money. 4, 6, 8. And then video editing. Oh, wait, cancel. That's not what I want to move. This is what I want to move. What else do I want to uninstall? Can I uninstall this? I can't uninstall this. Keep that. Okay, uninstall it. Can I install this? Nope. Can I install this? Yes. Uninstall. Uninstall. It's baby, no money. We keep paint. We like paint. Install. I don't know what that is, so I guess we'll keep it. Don't need this. Okay. I think that's everything. Okay, it is moving stuff slowly but surely. Okay. Actually. Everything is red, not good. No, it's okay. No, it's okay. We know what we're doing. There we go. And then select folder. Where's footage? Footage gonna give it a second. Give it a second. Give it a second. It's searching a lot of folders. Did I do this wrong? Oh. Okay, I do have to wait. I could do this a lot faster, I realize, if I just did it by hand. Okay, I'll just do it by hand. Actually, I have to replace this clip. That's the clip operations. Oops. Relink selected clips. Sound effects. Select folder. Okay, I will look for that. I'm gonna just go here. On to the city. Ooh, oh, nope, not that one. Inspector, this one. And then we don't need this, and I forgot how to turn it off. Oh no, I don't need this one. Show. There we go. Cool. Poppin'. Okay. I don't know why it doesn't want me to do it the way that I like to do it. My headset's dying, but I will deal with that in a second. Oh my god. There's not that many folders! Fucking nerd. My computer's being a nerd. Okay. Cancel. Okay. Relink. Video editing. This is V stars. Select folder. Oh, right. Replace. This one. Clip operations, replace this one. Relink. Select folder. Relink. Select folder. Imagine being some kind of nerd who likes nerd things. I love nerd things. Clip operations, relink. That should be in resources though, shouldn't it? Backups. Okay, cancel, and then select folder. Oh, do I have to replace it? What are you doing on New Year's Eve? I am gonna be playing I'm going to be playing Peak with some of my stream friends, and then I'm going to be playing Lethal Company with some of my other friends, I think. Right after, I think. This one. There we go. Heard Lethal? Yeah. Me and some of my offline friends. But, I mean, I say offline friends, but I'm going to play it on stream. I will still be here on stream when I play it. But we'll be playing Lethal. I think? Mods or no mods? Probably mods. Probably mods. I think Aura likes playing with mods, so I think we're probably going to play with mods. You exist offline? I do. There's 2 fonts that I'm missing in this, which I have to relink. Is it this guy? Oh, I don't need all these. Stop existing the moment I leave? Nope. You wish. But no, I exist everywhere at all times. I don't know what this is. Delete. We'll keep the enshrined ones. I don't know what that is. Regret. You know that's the best on the plane of regress. View large icons. How do I make this a default? Choose photos. Okay, hopefully that works. Would never wish you didn't exist. Sometimes I'm a little annoying, so like, yeah, I understand. Workspace, console. Don't be a bitch. Because this is where we learned you were wrong yesterday, and that pissed me off. So don't do this to me today, okay, computer? Yes. Don't worry, it's doing a thing. It's doing a big boy thing. Okay, and then I need to go on the other computer and get some fonts. Chuck that mouse all the way over there. Chuck my mouse. I bought a new PC just waiting for delivery. Did you get it pre-built? And then I can do here. That's not what I want. I need this one. Go here, go to fonts. 1.6K, very nice, very nice. Just poof. Fair? I try not to think about it, you know? Okay, I'm looking for Proxima Nova Bold. LMNOP. Proxima Nova. Wait, what does this have in it? Ah, it has that. Okay. These list. I'm also looking for Optimus LMNO. Optimus Principeps. But I can't with my card. I'm gonna hit my screen. Don't hit your screen! You're gonna hit me! Don't hit the maincoow! Maincoow is in the screen! If you hit the screen, you hit the maincoow. Don't hit me. I'm just a goober. Okay? I'm just a goober. Please. Have mercy. Have mercy, okay? Cool. Okay. Workspace, scripts. Huh? Did that work? Oh, click F7 and then restart Resolve. Okay. Okay, well, wait, hold on. Let me install those fonts. So I made this font and I want to use it. I got eye cream. Did you get me any? Can I have some? Install. I think I installed that one. Install. Fancy Pants Rich McGee over here has more than one monitor. You're on the side. I also have a second monitor. I have three monitors. I'll buy you ice cream. But I got these monitors when I was a kid in college, so just saying. There. It's gonna make my eyeballs cry. Twins, I got 3 too. Yeah, I have 2 that are vertical and then, or 2 that are horizontal, 1 that's vertical. I'm just gonna go back into my hole of shame. Hey, we love you. We love your little hole of shame. Listen, we love your little hole of shame. Come back, Pookie. I have to download Affinity too. Oh. It's doing the thing again. I can't see. That's so weird. Okay. It's doing it even though the thing is. My phone. My chief lot that is currently overheating so bad it's hissing at me. I have 1 tab open. Fair. Hey, we all go through that. You know, you're not alone. We all go through that at some points in our life. This one, I guess. I just thought of something else. Anything bad. It's embarrassing. You were my everything. You did was make me fucking sad. Don't waste your time. You don't have. Where is it? You better go talk about every time but you showed up on time. Yeah, I went to like 3 or 4 labs before getting my current setup. It just takes time. Also a good setup there. Yeah, you gotta pick them parts. PC part picker. Everything good. No. I forgot what I'm doing. Where is it? Where is it? AC files. ABC CapCut Canva. Looking for Canva. CC. What the fuck? It could just be called Affinity at this point. Here's observe the experiment. Oh, okay. I was trying to look for Canva stuff, Affinity stuff, because I don't. Thank you, Sim, for subbing for with Prime Gaming for 30 months. I appreciate you. I was trying to figure out where fucking Affinity is installed because I don't want to reset up all my things for it again. But we will do that. I will satisfy your curiosity if you can tell me where Affinity is located. The parameter you want is this one. Oh, wrong keyboard. Is this PC? This I'm saying it's it costs money. I know where. You didn't say my butthole. Are you gonna say my butthole? Oh, this is Affinity 3. Or 2. I need Affinity 3. Where are you? Somewhere? Thank you. It didn't do anything, Sim. Do you have a shortcut to it? I do. I do. Yeah. See love on the train. Ramgo stonks. Ramgo stonks bad. Bad for a normal consumer. I gotta do it this way. Where's my green boy? What? Can I not do it this way? Where are you installed? Oh, it's a choo-choo train again. No, No, it's okay. Thank you, Sim, for the hype train. But it is okay. We save our money. You literally just spent money. Listen, Pocky, you just spent money on a new PC, you bumbo butt. Stop dead. Don't I have... I thought I did. Hold on. Boop. I don't have it on my computer. Or not on my desktop, at least. So that's a little concerning, but that's okay. Setting screen is probably hidden. Oh, bumbo butt! Thank you for the flame. Thank you for the BD. I appreciate keeping the lights on in here. You all are. I hit it somewhere. Okay. Hold on. App settings. Publisher Canva version app. I have to do it this way. No, I'm broke. But these emos are so cool. It's okay. It's okay. You don't have to do nothing. Saying it's the most useless settings. What? It is. It is a little bit. Publisher Canva. Okay, then let's do. We'll do it this way. Funsies money. Hey, that's the way to live. It's funsies money, you know? Besides, you gifted subs earlier, so it's okay. Alright, I'm gonna let that search for Canva for 20 years. I'm gonna see if I can do this. Execute program. Control my monitor exe parameters. Pocky! Oh, thank you for the 5 community gifted subs! Thank you for gifting subs to Logjam. Oh, you gifted one to Yon! Let's go! Clueless, Wonder42, Cleotaris, and Bevan. Please say thank you if you got a sub from Pocky. The wonderful, wonderful Pocky. Why isn't this running? Run. Button executed. Do I not need the /? Let's go! Let's go! I didn't do anything. Nothing's doing nothing and it's making me confused. It's making me confused. Actually, let me open Affinity. Maybe I can find it that way. I'm trying to do like 5 things at once. And it's a good time. It's a good time. I like doing 5 things at once. Because of how my brain works. And change the hide window settings. Change the hide window setting. It's not even open, my bad. My bad, I don't have it open. I think that's why. Oh wait, is it because I moved it? Hold on. Might have been because I moved it. Yeah, no. No. Okay, it's open now. Oh, you know the / though? Okay. My Pookie is mad at me. Wait, what? Why? What? Who? What happened? What happened? What happened? Okay. Hide window setting? I'm confused. I didn't do anything. Thank you for saying thank you. There's a thank button? Is there? What's it look like? What's it like? This is not helpful. Okay. Alright, fuck. Document metadata? What the fuck? Fuck, that's not what I want either. I appreciate you, Pocky. This might not be working on Windows. I might check in the task manager sometimes. The file looks... task manager. You got this, buddy. Nope. Open file location. Doesn't like that. What about you? Open file location. Let's fucking go! That's crazy. That's where it is? I don't have permission to go further than this. Okay. Okay. I'm hoping this works the way I think it'll work, and if it doesn't, I'm gonna ship bricks. New folder. Alright, now it's copying. Go away. Okay. Alright. Now that we have that solved, let's go back to the other thing. Now we're gonna do the control my monitor thing. I did the same thing that... Oh, display as... show window? Oops. Might not be running. it at all, which is my concern. How but it's the Woo! Hard stream success. Let's fucking go. Hold on, let me restart Sammy then. Yes. Run as admin. Yep. Maybe that's why it's mad. Yeah, sure, let's update. Hold on, let me update. Oh, my cute little baby. Interesting. Lead moderator. Okay. Run. Am I supposed to go to the EXE? The EXE in the perimeter line above. This will make it rotate to every input. Huh. Okay. Yeah, it's still not show window. Maximize window. Save run. Yeah, it's not doing anything. Maybe I have the wrong one. I mean, hold on. Oh! It worked. It did work. It did maximize the thing. I now have 2 instances of this open. Okay. So it's the parameter that's fucky. Oh, I was hoping my chest would pop, but it did not pop. No problem. Take your time. So if I just do that and just open it. I wish I could make this run in the background so I don't have to. Load selected monitor on start. Like Knuckles too? Yeah. Select another font. What do you mean? This is funny. Wait, what the fuck? Can I have my font? I can. What the fuck? My font can be bolded? That's cool. You guys can't really see what's happening, but it's letting me. It's letting me change a font, which is very funny to me. Advanced options. That really doesn't do a lot. Can I, like, make you smaller? I can make you smaller. So, show window unfocus. Save. Oh, it's like a new instance every time. Okay, wait, if I uncheck that, what happens? Mine does that too. Other people look like I'm crazy when I mention it. It's not that weird. It ain't that weird. They're just being weird because they don't want to acknowledge that our bones are dying slowly after you turn 25. Goobs. Save. Here, close it. I guess I'll have to make a thing that closes the program, but it didn't work. It didn't work. It did not work. Back together and it's... What if it's because of this? Nope. Did I click save? Yeah. But then if I remove it, same as formatting it then? Maybe. Probably. Execute program. Been a good damn minute. What's up, Jester Jackson? I was very confused because you were writing in Spanish, and I was like, wait, hold on. I need to think. Teach me to... Trigger extension triggers. Trigger button. Keyword simulate press. Oh. Oh. I'm looking at the wrong monitor. How have you been? I'm pretty good. How are you? I'm pretty darn good. Okay. Current value is 15. Oh. Wait. You got any plans for your New Year's Eve? 15, 16, 15, current value 15. What if I did 18? It didn't work. Just chilling after dinner I made for once? Ooh, what'd you make? All right, I'm gonna go back to my other thing while Sim thinks about the thing. And while this, like, blows my eyeballs out. Okay, this should work now. Why didn't that work? Install this one. Agree to terms, install plugin. I almost never cook soft tacos and tater tots. My mom's sore and the only other adult in the house. So that's very nice of you. Hey, listen, I'm sure that there are many people that would be like, fuck you, you be sick. And I'm not dealing with that, you know? Hello, Tickler Bungus. That's a strong ass emote. I'm waiting for this plugin to install.
Huh?
Huh? Huh? Oh my god. Oh, I have to fix the thing. Quit DaVinci Resolve. I forgot how to do this. Also, I realized you guys can't see what I'm doing. That's supposed to copy. That's supposed to copy diagnostic info. Huh? You got a Discord? I do. If you do exclamation point Discord, it'll show you to our Discord. Color management. Why are you so saturated? I fixed this yesterday. Wait. 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 Press Control M in the window and paste here. Okay. Control M. Do the thing. Okay. Oh, hang on. Hang on. I like the song. What's it called? If you do exclamation point song, you can find out what the song is. We got a command for everything, but it's Carnival by John Michael Howell. Sounds like too much work. It's you typed more letters to do that than doing exclamation point song, ya goober. You goober. You goober. How my monitor's too saturated. Oops. Well, the song is written on screen. Maybe. To this one. How did I make my monitor less bright? I forgot how I did this. I did it literally yesterday. Oh, it's this thing. Color depth 10 is fine. That's fine. Where is it? It's the custom color thing. Yeah, there we go. Haha, I fixed it. I do. Okay. Let's try. Oop. Yeah, true. What's with the pixels? Fix the pixel. I'm trying. Listen, I'm trying, okay? It's really hard out here because I'm not that smart. Like, Sim, it still didn't work. I think. Switch values. Yeah. Show window. Save front. Yeah, it didn't work. Are you sure we need this? Ha ha ha! We didn't need the /. But it didn't do anything. I think. Those bars far. You're fine, Jester. We're just poking fun because we love you. Okay, so removing the / let it open again, but it did nothing else. Yeah, I don't really know on that one, Chief. No, I have to hope and pray that Snap Captions works. Oh, it's right here. Oh, I might be a little dumb. There we go. That's what I was looking for. I'm just gonna switch this real quick. Is this not gonna take me to the thing that I was at? Is it this one? Well, that one is supposed to open if the parameter is working. It's not? Oh. Is it just supposed to switch the monitor? Think of the song request. Is it doing the right ones? I'm not looking right now. Oh, this is why. Oh, okay. Okay, it looks like it's adding the right song. I need my phone. Aye, aye, Capitan. Okay, anyway. Out of my eye, alright, it up a fight. I'll tell you, what else would change? Things are going on, almost another day. They changed the way that this song sounds. I don't know how to feel about it. I mean, I'm not mad about it. It's really interesting. Like my chicken in Fields of Mystery just ate an egg. Oh, that's okay. Chickens do that in real life. Chickens do that in real life. That's okay. Chickens in real life do that. That's okay. Really? Yeah. Chickens in real life eat eggs. Yeah, they're known cannibals. This is true. Regular V4. That is because we were changing this to this. Oh, zoom in. Oop, wrong one. Chickens eat each other if they get injured. I didn't know that one. Chickens eat the shells and no fertilized eggs to get back some of the nutrients. That one, yeah. I knew of that one. Workspace. Playback. Timeline full. That's fine. Oh. There you go. There you go. I like that. My view on chickens have changed forever. I'm sorry. I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing, but I hope that it's a good thing. Oh, this is the Alexander Quill one. I don't have that on this computer. That's fair. I'll probably change it anyway. I'm just gonna remove all these. Clip that now you have a short. What's even happening on screen? I am fixing snap captions and doing a bunch of things all at once. Obviously. Better, baby. Feel better, baby. Please, baby. nonsense. There you go. There you go. Oh. Delete. Oh. Mama. And then this one, I'm gonna change this to main font. Where is it? There you go. Can you paste the file location? Premier Sammy, come in here. On keyboard. Actually, can I do it this way? Nope. Boop. There you go. Hi, Lily. Welcome on in. There you go. And Smartbin. Is it Smartbin that I want? Hi, I destroyed my After Effects. I'm about to bite my table and call it a day. What happened? What happened? Thank you for the tier 1 sub for 4 months. I appreciate you. How does this work? I don't know. Fair. I need to go to my other computer because I don't know why I forgot how I set up my DaVinci. We were gonna be nice. Okay, give me. All night. It's a power bin. That's what it is. It's a power bin. Okay, cool. It's a power bin. I need a power bin. That's what I want. How to make a power bin? How to make a power bin? How to make power bin. DaVinci Resolve. Do 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 do. I know this song. I should stop. You always do. Oh, okay, okay, okay. Show power bins. There you go. Show smart bins. There you go. Let's go! 3 string streak. Thank you for sharing with me. It means a lot. Sound effects. What about her? Snap captions. Sound effects. Okay. Sound effects, new bin. Oops. This one is back. Master. Social icons. Icons. Oh, it doesn't like you when I do that. That's okay. I learned this song so I can quietly sing along backstage for when my school does it for their yearly musical. They're doing it for the musical. I didn't know this was part of a musical. Song girl, never know it's about her. Cool. Not though. This one, Icy Stars. Oh, fair. Well, I hope you have fun with it when you get to hum it in the background. I hope it makes you feel like excited. From here, you can plan out general anatomy of your drawing, and the rest of the ride is all yours to control. What is this? Does your art look as rich as those T-pose guys? Oh, I don't know what this is. Okay. I forgot I also have to do that. Okay. Install. I'm gonna have to restart it though. Okay, I'll restart it in a minute. Oh. Okay. I'm gonna try this thing that Sim sent me. I'm gonna close this. Copy. Oops. I have so many things open. Yes, I will take care of that in a second. Okay. Paste button. I don't know if I did that right. Copy. Oh. Is this right? But fuck it, we ball. Fuck it, we ball. It didn't work. It's not doing anything. Yeah, I don't think it works, Tim. It's like same. Yeah, did it work on like your end? Maybe it's a me thing. Mission template. Let's clip operations relink. Select one there. Hello, Dakia. Close. Cancel. Thank you for the one. My voice is way too low to hit these notes. That's fair. It's fair. I get that a lot of the times. It's just I'm in the wrong. It's Windows only program, but the Linux equivalent program did work for me. I might be doing something wrong then, maybe. What are you? Oh. No, I don't think it's you. Okay, if you say so. What? Jumps. Did I fix it? No, it didn't. What if I just deleted it? I can't do it like that. Okay. Oh, I said fucking. Oops. I just want to do these ones. And wait for sweet release. Sorry, because I want to show off, but the only person I could show it to as a crush is probably a crush of the art. What is he? What is he? What is he? Would you put it art binder? Oh, Pookie. This is not art binder, Pookie. Art binder is fan art. Maybe I should. Yeah, art binder is fan art, my love. But that's a very cute art, though. It's very cute art, though. I quite like it. Relink. Cancel. Clip operations. Resources. Audio. Well, those needed. The footage crate one. Relink. Finally, my collection. Oh shit! Did you do it? Oh shit! Wait, did you do it? I wasn't looking. Wait, what? You did do it. Okay, give me 10 seconds. Let me give you a hat. Let me give you your hat. Ammunition. Library. But yeah, no, all art goes. If you want to show me something, anything that you want to show me or show off goes in the fridge. That's where that goes. Alright, let me give Nox his in it. Tomorrow's the last day for Santa hats. And I wonder if you claim it. I wonder if you can claim it. Hold on. I'm just curious. Avatar's gears. Did I put it in here yet? I might not have. Hold on, let me put that in here. While I'm here. So don't forget for tomorrow. I have to go to the bathroom again. That's right. Avatar. Nope. Import. Nope. Hats. Yeah, it's not in here. Cool. So, let me... Fisherman's Answer. Nope, not this one. Open. Twitch avatars, gear. Oop. Export as. Oh. Oop. Why is it not? No? Okay. Party at 2025. And then close. Oh, shit. I mean, do this. No. Alright, let me look at something. Shop, editing, gear. Alright, there's condition and bits. No. Is it this one? It is. Wait, no. Oh, wait, maybe it is. It is. Export as. Choose file. Where is it? It's the other. Nope. This one. Yep. Close. And then we'll go in here. I will call this NYE 2025. Okay, there we go. Save and reload. Seize. Actually, I could just make it free for I can make it cost 1 for tomorrow. Or no. No, I guess I could gift it to people. Let's give moderator. How many people were talking shit while chatting in VC that you had to make that rule? 1. Only just 1. Only just 1. Smile. Sorry, what rule? Don't talk to me while you're on the toilet in voice chat. If you talk to me while you're on the toilet in voice chat, I will ban you. That's what will happen. Alright, where's Noxia? Who is this? That's Rainer. It's gonna be someone that doesn't have a hat. Is it this one? Nope, that's You Took My Cow. It's Bevan. That's Sim. Where is Noxia? Actually, I could just do it this way. I think I'm being silly. I should just look it up. Boop. And now you get Santa Baby. I don't know where you are in this crowd. Wait, I see your name. Haha. Wait, nope, that's V. Haha, I found you. Hey, I think it's a pretty fair rule. No. Are those ones needed? I don't think they are. What is this one? This one is these ones, which I don't think I have in here. Roma, Roma, ma, ga, ga, oh la la. I love it when my computer decides to be a bitch. It just doesn't like me right-clicking. Okay. If I do like this, then? Yeah. Probably. I want your love and I want your revenge. I want your love. That's that one. I'm gonna try intro comment. Okay, that's fine. Wanna be friends. I don't wanna be friends. Can I let me think. If I right click. Operations. It doesn't say. Okay, that one. Place. Video editing. Oh, I could do it like that. I wish I could relink it in the timeline, but I cannot. Which is a little annoying, but that's okay. Operations, relink. When the lights go out. Select folder. Operations, relink. Templates, select. Alright, what is this one? Cute question mark flag. Oh, that one's at the end. Okay. This one probably isn't. This one, audio. Sound effects. And okay. So okay, that's fine. Because then the next thing we can do is this. Right, and then go here. This is fine. Where's the timeline? Oh, there it is. D. Please. Sure. Flip. Ooh, I forgot that that's how that works. Fuck. This one. This one. Okay, there we go. That's not gonna work. Okay. This one. Wait, what? How do I get a Santa hat? You have to do the you have to do the blind box. You have to get all 8 little guys in the blind box, which has been discounted. Usually it's 1,000 for 3, but it's only 500 for 6. Yeah, I put this on my forehead. Put that there. But hello, Shippy.
Bits of my life that made me happy that I want to share with you.
Okay, cool. How you doing, Shippy? Replace F. F will be this one. Yeah. Global operations replace. I suppose. You suppose. I mean, you suppose. What do you mean, you suppose? What's up? There we go. Move them around. This one. I need one that's like this one. There we go. Could be better just being petty right now. What's the matter? Do you want to talk about it? Do you want to talk about
Bits
it?
of my life that made me happy that I want to share with Bits of my life
Yawn,
that
be
made me
nice.
happy. Bits of my life that made me happy.
Yawn, be nice. I know you probably don't mean that in a mean way because I can't read it because my tism can't read sarcasm. I'm hoping that you're being sarcastic. But, you know, just remember, be nice. Be nice.
Happy that I want to share with you.
I do like that font a lot more. Plaster brain. Okay, so I need to find the plaster brain and footage crate. And the other one, okay. We don't tolerate being mean to one another, so just be sure you're being nice to one another, because you don't know what another person been through. New font. Why is my thing not working? Why does it not want to work? Streak! Thank you for sharing your streak with me. I appreciate it. Sorry you're having a bad day, though. If you do want to vent about it, please feel free to. You know this is always a safe space for you. We adore you here, even if my keyboard doesn't right now. My keyboard does not adore me right now, I'll tell you what. I'll put that there for now. And then go here, go here. Let's go resources. Footage, this one, copy. This is in the wrong spot. Do I not have this in here? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I have forgotten. Oh, the footage crate, and then we need an audio bite, which is maybe in Vibe and Shine. Hardcore blaster. It is. Boop. Okay. All right, I'm gonna do this, and then I gotta go to the restroom. You guys better be fucking nice to each other. You guys aren't fucking nice to each other. Some of you are going in timeout. Not all of you, because I don't... Well, I mean, what's better, do you guys think? Equal opportunity? Like you gotta go sit in the corner, or, I feel like you shouldn't punish people that did nothing wrong. That's how I feel. Alright. Save project. Serotonin. Oh. Go piss car. I will. 1 second. Sound effects. Okay. I don't know what clips are missing. Well, the rest gets punished. Okay. Hey, that's fair. Hey, that's what works for you. That's what works for me, you know? Like this wrong one. Snap caption. There you go. Serotonin. Oh, that was because of the other thing. Shouldn't it be okay now? Alright, I'll be right back. I'll be right back. If you like, I think you can bet black, I think, or something, and it does that as well. All right, let me go back to the monitor. All right, let me try. Oh. Okay, so no sweat. I don't want to switch my keyboard back. It's fine, we can check it later. Yeah, there you go.
Bits of my life that made me happy that I want to share with you.
Realistically, I need to set the audio up on this PC. I haven't yet. What is not linked? I thought I replaced everything. No, everything's been replaced. Shut the fuck up, bruh. Fix my After Effects? Nice. Good job. Delete. 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 Socials. Oops. Okay, but on God, I'm biting my table. Fair, fair. I understand that. Sorry you had to go through that, but you know. That did nothing. Relink. Select folder. Headliner V2. Ooh, yes, I know where we're at. I know where we are at. Oh, I don't want. Clip operations relink. You are my life. Lost one something. I'm sorry. You lost 1 star, which is what you use to buy cosmetics. Cosmetics. What you use to buy cosmetics for your little bean. Your milk bean. Honey bee. How does it work? Too complicated? Oh, a tutorial! Exclamation point, bet black, or bet red, or bet even, or bet odd. Potato. This is a lot more potato than I thought there was going to be potato. You didn't put an amount. You didn't put in a. You have. It's bet even and then the amount, or bet what you bet on and then the amount. Yeah. Yeah. Hell yeah. I'm not allowed to bet. Vex says I'm never allowed to bet, or I think bet the amount and then type. Yeah. So it's like. Hold on. I'm doing this as an example. This is not. Don't bet with me because Vex says I'm not allowed to bet. Bet like 20 even. There. We didn't gamble correctly. You did not. That's okay. I don't know how many other channels have the betting thing on. Oh. But 20 what? Oranges? No, you're betting stars. You're betting stars. You goobers. Or the currency. You're betting currency. But like you're So it's like you're playing. It's how this is how it is. Is this how it is? But it's like a roulette table. You bet on if the ball's gonna land are even, odd, red or black, or like a certain statistic. Where is this? There we go. It doesn't work. I'm gonna go to don't go to online gambling. Not real money. This is fake money. It's okay because it's fake money, you goob. You goober. Stop it. God damn it, I did it again. I'm trying to say, no! Let's go gambling. God damn it. No nukes. No nukes. No, stop that. We ain't the US of A. We are the Milk Club, which may be in the US of A, but is a little different. This one. And then I forgot Twitter and then Blue Sky. Or any of these Blue Sky. This one. There. Let's go. Star, no! Star! My precious star, no! No! Never stop. No, you stop it. Gambling is not good for you, boobs. You boobs. Hvetis regular. Ah, that's another phone I need. Okay. Oh. I also have to change that. Let them eat poker chips. What the fuck? I've never heard of that, but I'm down for it. Ow, 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 ow. Ooh, Sim started a battle royale. Sorry, I'm eating potatoes. I think only mods and streamer can start that. Okay. I have to have a little notepad. Notepad. Indeed, Pog. Okay. Need Vitus regular. You're gonna win? Right now, you took my cows looking pretty good. Wait, I lost. Yes, you did. Who the fuck is still left? Oh, I can't see. Oh, cassette. Hold on. It's me versus you took my cow. I died. This isn't fair. I don't know what you want. I'm not the one that started it. It's not my fault. V highlight, TikTok template. Boop. Empty tracks. Jesus. They presumed. What is happening? Boop. For redemptions. How come you get to play? What do you mean, how come I get to play? What do you mean, how come I get to play? Y'all gonna let me play games with you? That's got fucked up. What if I want to play games? Clip operations replace. Actually, no. Let's do clip operations replace this one. Clip operations relink. Boop, 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 boop. Resources. Like folder. No games for you to work, lady. Listen, bean me versus big me can live two separate lives. Because if you think about it, the beans are just your souls in little baby bean forms that I keep safe because I love you. What the fuck? Oh, okay. I see what happened. Okay. I need my Twitch handle in here. Twitch handle. Guys, drop. Don't tilted towers next time. Oh my god, hold on. Oh wait, can I do it on here? Oh fuck. Hold on. Unpin. I need to uninstall that actually. Unpin. Brave. Can I do this from here? I don't really wanna do this a different way. Oh, and click it. If you keep it safe, why are they fighting? I don't know. You guys are the one that are fighting. It's not my fault. I want to gamble, then gamble. You can gamble, just don't gamble real money. That's all. Download. Download directly from Spotify, you coward. Save. Mass bomb. It's bombs! Bomb them! Bomb them again! I don't know the context of that clip, actually. Maybe I shouldn't say that. Myself into the unknown. I'm... All in on red. Ooh. Okay, hold on. Okay, this is all your guys' fault, by the way. I wish my PC would stop just suddenly going black on me. I don't need to log into Twitch, thank you, though. I don't need to log into this either. Let's just go here. Disappointed. I think I can hide this one. I don't need these right now. I only need this guy right now. Yeah, just stay where you need to stay. Okay. So I don't want to log into it again. Wait. Okay, this is because of Pocky. Tomato Town. Oh, is it not working? It worked? Wait, no, it didn't. Bet 20 red. How many stars do you have? What is this song, bro? This is what you wanted. Do exclamation point stars. And then see how much money you have. You might not have enough money. That might be why. Oh, yeah, I want to get with you. You have 5 stars. You can only bet 5 stars. There you go. Game is not. Nothing to lose. Smile. Hi, Kiwi. They're gambling. Yep. When this. Ow, 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 ow. Hi, Andrea. Hello. On the lake, I really want to chug with you. Fortnite gamers. Relink. How you doing? Oh, thank you for the check-in, Pocky. I appreciate it. This is roll for fun, resources, select folder. Couch 00 Ultra JPEG. Clip operations relink. Roll for fun thumbnail. Clip operations. More stars. Let's go. Oh. Oh, right now. Hold on. Let me turn the cassette off. Right mouse, right mouse, right mouse, right mouse. Good night, Lane. Good night, Sheppy. I love you, Shep. I love you, Sheppy. Select folder. Oh. Relink. Oh, video seconds. Oh, is this? No, it's not. Wait, what? Couch 00 Ultra JPEG? I don't know what that is. Wait, I get gold. I ain't gold stars. It didn't give me 0 stars. Well, that's because you don't have any stars. I have a complaint. Goober. I bet 0 stars. Pookie, I don't think you know how math works. To see. Did you know? I think that makes sense. Sort by name. Clip operations relink. Let's start with did you know resources, select folder. Money, oh no. Relink resources, select folders. But I just got 12. How do I still have sticks? I don't know. I think it takes a while for it to update. I think that's why. If I'm completely honest. Intro mob. Relink. Where is slop? I don't know why it's slop. Resources. So the intro mob we're missing. Intro.mob. Clip operations. Relink. I don't have the classroom one. Okay. And then what? Oh, can I just replace this one? Wait. What intro is it not? I don't think this intro exists anymore. And then the classroom one makes sense, but I thought I had that one in the backdrops folder. How does one gain stars? You watch the stream, you participate in mini games. Someone gives them to you. You could beg for them. You could beg other people for them if you wanted to. I don't have the classroom one in here, it looks like. No, I do. You bum. Replace backdrops, classroom.
You know?
Okay, cool. File. What do you think about? What's going on? To examine it. Works a period. I need to rename this to be text. I'm trying text. This is. I don't like how that's spelled. Star text. And then this one needs to be higher. Yeah. And this one will be. Delete this guy. And then. All right, let's try to do one. Let's try to do v-highlight. Except I need a font for my other computer. Okie dokie. Havetis, Twitch handle, couch, intro mov. No, classroom, no. So it's the couch, Twitch handle, and Havetis. I need to grab. It worked! Begging worked! Good job. Good job. This one. Resources. Resources. I need my nameplate. Where is it? Twitch handle. Oh. Wrong one. So I don't know why would I woke up with a sore throat. Oh my fucking god, it hurts. Are you sick? Are you sick, my dear? Are you sick? Sorry, ignore that. I'm not sick. Downloads, fonts, ABCD, Havetis. Copy. That was just very coincidental. You're getting clapped by Kiwi Goblin. I do want to go back into DaVinci. I only needed 3 things, right? Couch. Yes, I think so. Looks like it. Congrats, Kiwi, for winning the duel. Not sick yet, but might be soon. Oh, jeez. I'm sorry. I think this is the wrong one. I think I clicked the wrong one. Oh, okay, I don't need the couch. I don't need the cows in the background. Okie dokie. He's not yet. I think that's everything I need then. Alright, I'm gonna put like a sensory video on this monitor. In case I have to toggle to this one, I'm just gonna do like a 100-hour sensory. What the fuck? Cancel. Sense video. That one's pretty. Are you saying no? Oh, did you lose again? You must bet at least. Oh, unfortunate. I always like jellyfish. So you're gonna have jellyfish. Actually, 2 steps ahead. I'm always 2 steps ahead. Are you mass bombing people? What's up with you and mass bombing people? Save project. Actually need to... Let me install the things that I need really quick, and then I'll restart this computer. This is it's very amusing. Fair. 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 Actually, let me also download... Did I download that? I did. Okay. Install. Also, I didn't put this on full screen. But I don't know where the mouse is on the computer, so... What the fuck? What did I do? So, there you go. So a violation? A violation to what? To what, my friend? Okay, I have that. I have the Twitch handle, which I will. What else can install package because the package requires. Oh, right. That's why I can't do that one. I forgot. Okay. Boop. This one. Download. Save. Very jelly. The bombing is a violation. Listen, it happens sometimes, and you just gotta accept that it happens sometimes, you know? And I think that's the biggest thing you gotta think about. Is sometimes it happens, and sometimes there's nothing you can do about it, and sometimes you're just gonna be like, okay, you know? Okay. I really need to restart this computer. It is mad at me. I'll do it in a second. PC Canva. And then... File location. Close. Boop. What? Oh. Right? Yeah. Replace the files in these destinations. Skip, I guess. Oh, it's taking forever. What does that mean? That just doesn't happen. I mean, when the world is in the game state that it is, it does just sometimes tend to happen, you know? Like, it's not any of our faults. You know, it's someone's fault, not ours. What? No, please. Try again. What happened to me? You would just block it? What, like a Super Saiyan? You just block it? With your bare hands? Good lord. Okay, well, no one underestimate Pocky. Pocky can deflect a bomb. And to start. Again. Continue. Are you farting on everybody? it's fine for the most part. Okay, well, I wasn't really gonna do art on this guy. Hold on. View, promo layer, arrange, move, align. Manage presets. Where are the presets sit? And why can't I have it? And why isn't it copying and pasting? And why can't I just have the settings that I had on this computer on the other computer? I don't understand. I shut it down. I didn't mean to shut it down. I meant to turn it off and turn it back on. Boop. It's so far away. The on button was so far away. Affinity. I'm trying to copy Affinity because Affinity is a pain in the ass to reset up. It's kind of like whatever, I guess. At the end of the day. Oh. 3. Okay. What's this song? This is Cannibal by Nathan Apollo. Now I have to solve this other question I have. Okay, it goes. This one. Why are you? Oh. Thank you. Yeah, I got you. Okay, I don't think that matters. Oh, this is banana. Fuck. What happened to potato? There we go. I just opened the wrong one. Okay. Did you copy everything from the app data folder, affinity folder? I don't know, man. Cause isn't the app data folder different? Wasn't that for affinity too? Cause I copied everything from the Canva folder. App data. Which one? Isn't this 2 though?
That folder.
Copy. Paste. I understand everything being said. Don't worry. It's not for your little brain to fret over. Yeah. Yeah, I'm used to it. Okay, now I gotta find where Affinity's installed again. I had it open earlier.
So just go to the same directory to
Oh, she moved my microphone. Show hidden items. This one. This one.
Have you opened Affinity yet? Yes.
Mm-hmm. Because technically there was an Affinity 3.0 that was associated with sans serif. I think they're their parent company. And then there was an update that changed where the program lied.
Oh, so like the first version of 3 was different from like the next update.
And now it's a lot weirder to get to Affinity because how I did it. Open file location. It is now in Windows apps, which I don't know where the fuck that is.
Just like copy directory. Yeah, I mean, we can look that up. But
Programs, files, Windows apps. You must have read permissions with the properties of this object. I will continue. Okay, now I can read it. Okay, close.
you didn't do anything yet. Access control is corrupt. Cool.
What do you mean? How can it be corrupted when I am the only person on this? Okay, well, that's fine. I'll deal with that later. Because that's all it all. I think it also says the same thing when I do it on my normal computer, actually. Troll. My computer's hissing at me again. I'm sorry. It's okay. It's just trying to talk to you. It's trying to be like, hey, what's up, bud? What's up, bud? Talk to me. Yeah? Oh. Yes, okay. Output device needs to be this one. Did you turn it on and off again? Coming on. I need something to play on this computer. Sure. Just meter input. Yeah, that's the default. If it doesn't smash it, don't stop. Violence. I need this. Move this over here. There you go. These videos are very relaxing. Thank you. You're welcome. We do. We do. Two. Did I do that right? Yes, I did. Okay. Wait, I think it is. I forgot how I do this. This is And then I want to send... Oh. Is that what I want to send? Oh. Obviously. Okay. Okay, and then I gotta change this to 9-1. Okay. I gotta decide where I want to send this. I didn't open that in program. Hold on. So I can hear it now, but you guys can't hear it. Okay. Oops. Oh my god. Wavelink! I need you to work, Wavelink. Okay. Can I add in like an input to this? How does this work again? Ah, I'm stupid. I look for big while getting foods. No problem. Have good food. She don't want to listen to the song. Oh, that's why. Two 9-1. To remove that one. Remove that one. Okay. Close. What? Wavelength? What? Wavelength, where are you? Sorry, you'll see the jellyfish again in a second. Do they ever make sense? Oh, wait, no, that makes sense. No, it doesn't. Music. Headphones. Hole. Okay, well that makes sense. Okay, wait, why can't I hear Spotify now? What are you guys listening to? Okay, wait, why can't I hear it now? I'm so confused. Hold on, I need to move this over here. I need more room. I need more room. Why can't I hear it now? Speaker, system 1, system B1, speaker 1, desktop mic. That's fine. Ow, ow. Stop it. Stop it. You're gonna make me stupid. You bonking me so much. That hurts. You better have a good reason. Good reason or you're gonna get bonked. Okay, so it makes sense that I can hear this, right? Yeah. Joke's on you guys. I broke my audio, so I can't hear anything. System. Okay. Ow, 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 ow. Stop it. Stop it. You guys are being buttholes. Okay, I fixed that. I fixed it. You know there's a head pat redeem, right? Head pats are nice too. Thank you. Even though I put the boop off. What's the boop off? Actually, my brain's gonna explode. Oh, it's when I turn. Don't come back. Pin. I want to pin it to the thingy. I think it's that one. There you go. Okay. Well, see, I have a lot of audio going through my stuff right now, and you guys can't hear it, and it's to be honest, it's driving me a bit nuts. Yeah, that makes sense. Speaker, it's going to game. It's going to game, and I don't understand why it's not coming from wavelength. to... Yeah, why is it not going from me to you? Give the iPads. What's going on? Talk to me. Talk to me. Talk to me. Talk to me. Talk to me, audio. Why? What's your fucking problem? Making me need to fix that boop. Hold on. Hold on. What layer do I put boop on? 23. I want to flip it. Let me redo it. Can't I? Oh, man. To unlock it. Yeah, okay. Painted red. What? Maybe my face? Clip. Done. Why is it not pitting? I'm gonna scream. There we go. Main boob select. Huh? Huh? I'm going into each one to keep the streak, then putting all the random to pick because I have choice paralysis. Fair. Fair. Okay. Now, let me continue to go nuts. Here, actually, let me do it this way. Let's do it this way. Spotify? I just want to change what it goes to. Because I can't have another one of these. Game, music, system, Elgato, Wave. Yeah, no. No. Okay, I've confused myself now. I want the stream PC to go to something. I want it to go... You know what? Let's do this. So that way I'm not doing this twice. Spotify, Discord, not Discord, voice chat. Discord. Going to properties. We're gonna go to... we're not gonna... that's it's being silly. Oh no, this... I want advanced properties. Advanced properties. Wait, that's not the one I want. I want browser, this one. What I need. And then I'm gonna rename this to Stream PC. And this one should have... There you go. And for whatever reason, it doesn't want to come to my normal computer, which is like fine for now, I guess. Okay, no more jellyfish time. Worky time. Actually, I'll just leave it on in the background. Right? It's on loop. There. Alright, what do I have open that I don't need open anymore? This one? I think everything else is fine. Huh? What? Oh, I closed that. Fuck. Oop. Okay. Mm. Oh, this is banana. I need potato. Yeah, this is the one I want. And then menu. If I close it, does it go to system tray now? It does. Cool. Okay, now if I open DaVinci, I should be able to hear it now. Feel the light shine on my face. And I have to figure out why you're mad. Across the line. There you go. It's on the line now. I can feel this time now. I can feel the light shine on my face. Did I disappoint you? Please let me over across the line. What is this? Is this the thumbnail? There you go. File, save project as lying now. Now. Can feel the light shine on my face as I disappoint you. Let me over. Wait, is this too far? Saw them live? Holy shit. That's fucking cool. Why didn't you invite me? I'm kidding, obviously. On my face, I disappoint you. They still call me over. Like clips. I can finally get into editing. Ooh. Wait. I don't know what I'm doing. Okay. What do you mean they'd rather do American than come? No, I'm just saying, why didn't you invite me? I want to go to a concert. I've never gone to a concert before. Never. I mean, I've gone to an orchestra once. No. Like, never, ever. I mean, I went to an orchestra once, but that was, like, for school. I think this go here. Bro, listen. Listen. Listen, I never snuck out as a kid. The biggest thing I did was underage drink, you know? Okay, I need to bring this down. It's loud. The face tracking this is kind of ass. I'm gonna be honest, chat. The face tracking this is kind of ass. You know what else is ass? The fact that I forgot to put vitamins on the other screen, so I can't fix my face tracking either. Ugh. The jellyfish scared the shit out of me. There you go. Alright. What was I doing? Oh, this was one. No, not that one. That's fine. Shit is so expensive. Yeah, but unknown artists are like 50. That's true. That's fair. Hi, Buster. Yeah, I think my face tracking was just off when I did this. It's fine. It's okay. Lots of hip-hop artists. That makes sense. Twitch, YouTube, Insta, Twitch. Twitch. Trying to think. Twitch. Twitter, clip operations. Replace. Large icons. So fucking shit's gonna drive me nuts. Social media icons. Oh my god. Twitch, Insta. And then what was the other one? YouTube. YouTube. Okie dokie, then I'll just do it this way. YouTube. Actually. To get my stream schedule calm. Fair. Who'd you end up commissioning? Oh. Grab the plugins. There you go. Yeah, let's bring this down a little bit into the side a little. Okay. So that's good. And then this one, and then this one. Save. Yeah, okay. And then start it here, do here, master. This one, oh. Send them bitch, even when I'm crying crazy, doesn't got boy problems. Waffle extremist, cool. I have Bluetooth on this computer. Couldn't connect here. I think to try on this window device. Turn on Bluetooth. Do I not have Bluetooth on this computer? I might not. Oh, I gotta use the thing then. It's time to find the thing that I. Oh, there it is. It's time. I found the thing. Body shaming, you say you can't drive? Okay, hold on. Give me like 10 seconds. Is that plugged in? Alright, it's plugged. I'm coming. I'm coming. Hold on. Don't tell him I'm coming, though. Don't tell him I'm coming. Hold on. Don't tell him. Don't tell him. Are you shit-talking me? Are you shit-talking me? Are you shit-talking me? You say I can't drive? Like I can't drive this metal rod up your ass? Aura came into my chat. She decided to come into my chat and tell me that you were talking shit.
That is an interesting statement. Listen, I wasn't talking shit. I was telling the truth.
Highland.
The truth.
Can you drive the Lethal Company truck?
That's not the. That wasn't the question. That wasn't what Aura was talking about. You just said you can't drive.
Obviously,
that's not the point here.
She left out details.
No, she only told me the important things that I needed to know, and that was my best friend is slamming me.
You can't drive the Lethal Company truck, bro. Neither can I. Nobody can.
Damn.
Well, screw you anyway. I'm leaving.
Yo, before you go, have a fun stream, dog.
What?
Have a fun stream.
Oh, thank you. Chat's here with me, so thanks. Bye.
Have fun starting your call.
Highland, it was nice seeing you.
Bye. What do you mean no one can drive the truck? It's easy. We have a clip where I may have tried to drive the Lethal Company truck, And Body said, hey, this is going to be great. We're going to do just fine. And then we died. So, Body's just full of shit. That's what we mean. Body's always full of shit. Why did the USB thing not work? Do I not have Bluetooth drive on this computer? Okay, whatever. I don't really care. And this is probably why this fucking mouse had such high sensitivity. But I had to lower it. What am I doing? I forgot what I was doing. My mouse is heavy. Mouse is heavy. Oh wait, I have to check something. Because if that's how that works, then I can do it differently. I'm not gonna wait 20 years. Okay, we'll look at something else. Oh. Is it gonna do the thing? Why is it details? It's a preview pane. I want the preview pane. There we go. Also, why are you so small? Should be like this big at the very least. Wait, did you do the thing? I didn't do the thing. Why is it not doing the thing? I have a subtitle track, right? Yeah. I gotta look at this. DaVinci Resolve 20. Thingy, not do thingy. What do you call it? Subtitles not rendering in this subtitle track. Joey Tiny. What's it called? Subtitles from audio not working. Just restart and reset. Close results. Reset. Create new project time to reset the process. Create a new project timeline to reset the process. Okay. Let's try it one more time in here, and if it doesn't work, I'll do a new thing. Timeline or add subtitle track. Create single. Create. All right. Because it's not selected. If it doesn't work, we'll try selecting. I'm waiting till I make more money before I come a model or anything. That's fair. I mean, PNG tubers are not that expensive. So I often say that that's probably the way to start. maincoow. Okay. It worked. I just need to restart. Why is it so bright? Why is it so bright? Customize the model preset, yes. Okay. That makes my eyes feel a little bit better. I don't know if that it changes anything for you guys, but it's at least nice for me. So maincoow is one word, isn't it? Oh, no, it's 2 words. Oops. What's that? Call me. TikTok. Stunning illustrations. Alright. What if I do it like that? What happens? Oh. Okay, so I don't want it to clip any of these. That's fine. Actually, these are fine. These 3 are fine. Okay. Okay, cool. Talents. Lollipop. Technically, I have a model, but that's not accurate to my design. Fair. Lollipop. Guipu. I hate it when you hiss and preach. You Messiah, cause your series catch fire. Yeah, there we go. And Detective Crow. Your speech it's time. Sundays. Call me. Life. Good time. What's collide? Found you out before I lose my mind. I can't find your safe. I don't mean to judge. Enough. There we go. Save this. This and this. I actually kind of want to do this. No, keep it like that. Yeah, keep it like that. And do this. And then I want to make sure that snap caption works good. Workspace, workflow, snap captions. Oh. Move bin. I have the new one. Snap captions. General text. I think I do 4. Maximum award about 4 and 16. Welcome to the room. Okay, mistress. Okie dokie. Modify. Oh, interesting. I don't know what modify does. Yeah, that's where we want it. And then let's make this 0.8. 0.75. Yeah, there we go. I also need to bring up civilization. Still have to click these. Civilization, max frames. Interesting. Okay, let's see how that works. Oh, I'm okay. That's fine. I'll reply to that later then. How did I do that? How do I toggle focus? The bean key. Control 3. That's not it. Was it X? Huh. What? That's not it. Wait, oh my gosh, I need to come out of lurking and ask if you use an audio caption tool on DaVinci. If so, I would cry and die. It's snap captions. So they have a free version that's not like that you can't like edit as much and you don't have as many options and stuff to like fine tune like the split up of like for here, let me show you. So the free version I think comes with a bunch of templates, and then there's like you can mess with this, but you can't create phrases. And it'll transcribe the audio for you to make it into text, but you can't like split it up like this. You can't split it or spell check in the free version. But I definitely suggest trying at least the free version to see if you like it, because it's definitely very helpful for me. But yeah, it's called snap captions. I need to replace. But yeah, it's very useful for me. I quite enjoy using it. How did you get all the way up there? You're supposed to be below. There you go. You use so much. I've been needing that so bad. You're like, yeah, no problem, of course. And like, there is a paid version. I would say, Snapcaption 3 is a little bit fancier because it has the word per word. But if you're okay with like the word per word highlight, but if you're okay with like just words popping up, like you should like check Snap Captions 2 and 3 and look at their templates to see if there's a style that you like more, because I definitely think the free versions are worth it and you don't have to get the paid versions. But it's definitely a lifesaver to have it at the very least. Also, my timeline's looking like a hamburger. Okay, and then this. Burger. Burger. Hungry mood. I'm not that hungry, but I'm gonna get hungry here soon. I can feel it in my bones. Okie dokie, let me bring in the clips. I can close for now. Pin to start. I need like a little folder of all my creative things. And all my non-creative things. Actually, whoop, calculator, get out of here. Paint. It's this one. This one. These are like tools. These are like note-taking things. I don't know what this song is. I don't really like it, to be honest. I'm eating salami sticks with bread. That sounds really good, honestly. What kind of bread is it? Is it just normal like sandwich bread, or is it like a baguette or something? I can't think of any other fucking type of bread because my brain is slowly dying. Recommended more. Can I do like... Oof. No, never mind. Burger. Waiting. So the crumpet. $5 on crumpet. Not actually though, but $5 on crumpet. Okay. Alright. Had to readjust, but I think we're good now. Okay, cool. Just a little bit over this way. Okay. Says Google. Oh, that sounds really nice, actually. I thought you were gonna be like sandwich bread. What do you take me for, Elaine? I'm eating sandwich bread. That's what I thought you were gonna tell me. I'm gonna be honest. How does it... Folder view. Translate from German to English. Interesting. That's fair. Options, view. So now I can't, I don't know. I didn't do it in the downloads either. Okay, hold on. I gotta look at a video. That doesn't work. Wait, does it not work because I don't have the settings to work? Weird. Okay. That didn't help me, but okay. Not that one, this one, okay. I keep forgetting what I'm doing, okay. Of course, I only have one. Let's do this one. Cropping top. I think that didn't matter. I think it was just this. I can just zoom it out now. So pretty. Okay, I will add that one, but I want another one. So I have an idea now. Do this one. Let's use this one. Can I be in your TikTok even though I'm not a VTuber? Yes. You can be in Vibe and Shine. You could be in Vibe and Shine. What do you mean just chill there? Wait, what do you mean by that? Hold on. What does that mean? I was gonna say, you could be on Vibe and Shine. Vibe and Shine is where I just talk about things that make me happy. What do you mean they're both projector top chalkboard? What? I just be in the corner, blend me in. If you want. I mean, if you want. I'll just make you hang out in like a little corner. There you go. 1, 2, 3. Okay, gorgeous. Okay, let's do it that way. Hey there. Never mind, I'm shy. Take it back. What do you mean take it back? It was your idea. It was your idea. What do you mean? I thought you were excited. What do you mean? I need to download a video. Okay. I wanted with the watermark, actually. Okay. I'm not dying, you are. Call me. I think that's about equal. Only clips. I need to lock these ones now. Boop. Don't mind me, I'm just dying. I didn't grab that screen cap. Thank you. Wow. Oh. Okay. Oop. Yeah, there we go. Oh, Pog, it like almost fits. Let's go. There we go. Clips. Oops. Insane. Okay. Okay. I think how long is this? Okay, let's have her drawing. Yeah. This is still rigged. What do you mean? It's not my fault. It's just how the rolls work, man. You can't go to a casino and expect to win every time. Sure. That's how it should work. Duh. Well, I'm not saying that you're wrong, but I'm also saying that's just not how it works right now, you know? I'm gonna fall apart once all of you again. How many? 1, 2, 3. Then right here. This one, this one. It makes me question. I want her a little bit more in the corner. I did that one. And we'll do this one. I think I have to do playback at half. Okay, now, I didn't download that either, did I? Okay, I'm gonna go here. I gotta go to about. I gotta go. Nope, I went backwards. Hi, Bunby! Hi, hi, hi. Welcome on in. Oh, was streaming, but my CC said fuck you and died on me, so he chilled. Understandable. I'm glad that you decided to stop on by over here because I love having you. I'm gonna go insane. I could just look up Arcomi here. And then I'd find it because I'm smart. And then I have to go download Shutter Encoder because I'm even smarter. Download. I'm sorry, I don't want to donate. I already did. I'm pretty sure. Poot. Did that go off? No, it didn't look like it did. Oh, so they restarted it. No, I'm gonna do one more. Hold on. That was the same one that Bambi had. Damn, Buttercup. I mean, I'm not judging, but like, fair? It's random. Unless I restart it, then it's not random. But after that, it's random. Poot. I need to close things. Because I don't need all these now. With nothing I can sing with weird chords. No, tomorrow we're doing a bunch of things. Yeah, I can't do it tomorrow. Ugh. Paste. Start function. Because I was like, tomorrow we should try playing a game on this PC and seeing how it goes. But tomorrow I have a bunch of other things I have to do, which are other games I'd like to play with my friends. Intentions, I can't make it right. Do 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 do. Boop. Perfect. Excuse me, I'm making it to the extreme, yeah. Think I'm acting impulsively, yeah. You know what I mean? Let's do this part. This part, this part, this part. Fun? Yeah, we're gonna do... Which means I have to make a thumbnail, actually, before I get off tonight. Then make a thumbnail for the New Yorkie collab. And then... What are we playing tomorrow? I don't know if I'll get off or if I'll stream it. Lethal. We're playing Lethal. Should only be 50 mods. It's funny. Wait, what's today? Okay. Trying to check something because it seems like I was added for something, but I can't find it. That one, not that one. This one. This one. There's another one. Oh. I should have read any of those. And now I feel bad that I didn't. Hold on. Where is it? Oh no, it wasn't here. Bleh, my brain. Oh wait, no, did I scroll up too far? Who am I? What the fuck? I thought I replied to this. Oh. Okay, never mind. I win by existing. You do. You do. As a mod, that's how it works. I should have broken this up differently, huh? I'm okay. Wait, I'm curious now, though. Can I go here and I can go modify select? Video 14 general text. Modify caption. Interesting. So now we'll be getting more emotes. Let's go. Let's go. Interesting. Okay. That's fine. I'll just do it this way instead. which works for me. Well, where is she in this video? Come on, new Lucy. 1, 2, 3. Actually, they have a thing where it's all of them. Like this one. I'll be able to March because I have plans. Be a wacky little guy, but I remember they're going back to school soon. Fair. That's why you gotta find the time for it, you know. You gotta be forgiven with yourself, and you just gotta make sure you can be consistent. Oop, I got a little fast. I can't wait till I go to school and get paid for it. Money, money, money. I love your optimism. It makes me very happy. No, not tonight. Not tonight. There we go. Curl bottom. Not that one. Curl bottom. That's all I really want. I want it before that. Okay, cool. Over on Twitch, things get even more exciting. Nah, this is my reality. I'm a professional student. Fair? One, two, three. As long as you're here for it. As long as you're putting the energy behind however you feel, then I'm here for it too, you know? As long as you believe, as long as you got the energy, I believe in whatever you believe in. One, two, three. I'm happy. Fair. I need a Dead by Daylight clip. Wait, 1, 2, 3. Let's do one here. Let's do one here. One here. And then the next one can start over here. Yep. I can talk to you can talk to pigeons. How do you talk to pigeons? I don't know where that clip went, but that's okay. Also, they give me money. That's how I survive. I want to talk to pigeons. The fuck? Share. Share. Is this another? That's not what I want a Dead by Daylight one. Apply link clips. That's none of our business, you know? What the bourgeoisie wants to do with their time is none of our business. Like this frame. Where are the pigeons getting them? It's not ours to ask! They'll come for us. Cuckoo variations. Okay, okay, okay. I'll try that next time. Lots of friends when they just story. Can't be in Dead by Daylight. It's in Dead. In Dead by Daylight. God damn it. Fuck, I didn't save it. It was. How many do we do? Writing two. I think I do 4. Oh, 4 with 25 maybe? Default. Oh, fuck, wait. Oh, shit. And then 0.75, I think. Advanced settings. Oops. Save. I'm just kidding anyway. Cole! Thank you for the tier 1 for 10 months! I appreciate you. I appreciate you. I hope you're having a wonderful, wonderful day. Actually, what the fuck? 520. Save. Risk it anyway. Transcribe. Oh. Okay. Maybe you even commissioned our lovely mistress. OSH or one of her stunning illustrations. There we go. In the corn, the cocaine, no, San Francisco. And name was Poncho. Why can't I apply the setting? That's fine. In the corn, when the corn came out, chicken in the corn, and the corn came out. Hey, I've gotten used to having you around. Yay! Also, hello, Cleo. I was chugging my wild. Thank you for the wellness check. I chug my wild. Not in day. Gotta keep you hydrated. I appreciate you. Okie dokie, and then we can go. Hi, Orwell. Welcome on in. How are you today? Okay, maybe that's a little too much. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. Right, 22? And you got New Year's plans? Playing games with my friends. Eating good food. So all my plans. This one. Do you have any plans? Nobody cried. Nobody even noticed. So everyone go out to an event or stay home? I mean, if you go out, you could always come home whenever you want, you know? And then you don't have the regret of not going out. So attention. Art one. Yeah. The fun thing is because you're a full-grown adult, you can just leave whenever you want to. And then I want the beginning clip again. Probably smells like a... No! I don't stink! I took a shower this morning. Why? Why? Why would you say this about me? Dogs, yeah, I thought we were friends. I thought we were friends. Why would you do this? Is it because you got that hat? 39 to 44. This is all because of that little hat, huh? Friends bully each other. Fair. Think I'm gonna Cults of the Lamb on New Year's Eve, or gamble, or Bellatrix. Fair. I hope that's hella fun. I want something else. Let's do this one. Way that you see yourself. This one. Let's go gambling. Link clips. I knew it all then. I think like this much is fine. We don't have to be long. Let's do it like that. Apply. Delete track. Boop. There we go. Now let's go to the beginning. Oof. Please tell me you automatically saved. Please tell me you automatically saved the Vinky. 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 Please don't break my heart like this. He auto-saved. Fuck yeah. Whew. Da Vinky? Vinky's chugging a little bit. So... Thank you for the save check. Crisis averted. Eating RAM like it's cookies. I know I have to like... I think that might be what's happening. I don't know. No, it's like fucking fine. What the fuck? What the fuck is your problem, DaVinci? I don't know. I think it's because it's a new PC and it's like, I don't know what I'm doing. It's like waiting. And that's fine if it crashes this time because I saved, so. DaVinci. Why is there two? OpenGL and non-OpenGL. Interesting. Pin to start. Okay. Alright, well that does that. I need to get a song that matches. So let's look at maincoow. Ooh, that sounds fun. I like this one. Hokey pokey in the new year. Do people still do that? Okay, hold on. Workspace. I think prefer proxies. Edit options. Preferences, there we go. That's fine. That's fine, I think. Okay, maybe it'll be better after I did the proxy thing. We'll find out. This one. Okay. So we got that one done. Question, are you having to do this battle for all your software? Or are you loading onto the new machine? I'm loading onto the stream machine. Normally it's not this bad, but for some reason, when I decided that I wanted to have a stream PC, thanks to you guys, and thanks to, I guess, losing my job as well, but that's besides the point. I'm just gonna thank you guys for it, because fuck the government. It's deciding to be a little feisty with me. It's just a little feisty today, which is fine. I just have to, I think it's just the computer's having a small heart attack with things because it's new. And also, I don't know what my settings were in the other one. But I think this is better now. Hold on. Yeah, I think that's fine. What is happening with you? Okay, I don't know what's happening there. I think it's better now. Yeah, I think it's better now that I did the proxy thing. No render cache. Definky. References. Yeah, that's fine. I'm gonna maybe bring this down just a little bit. There we go. Background food. Perfect! I love you. I need your help. Is there any settings in DaVinci that you would suggest for performance reasons? Also, I realized I never put the cassette back. Also, I realized the mouse thing is on. There you go. I put playback on timeback resolution on half and proxy handling to prefer proxies. Thank you. I don't have to change that. I don't think I have to change that per thing, right? Playback proxy handling, prefer proxies. I do. Save project. Good night, wife. I love you. Good night, wife. I love you. See you tomorrow. Let me do that for all of these really quick so I don't half. Am I doing any color correction, right? Nope. Nope. The colors will be as the colors are. Thank you for the cheek pat. I said I'm so close. Yes, this is true. This is true. Render cache. Save project. I think I gotta go backwards now. So this one. I think this one doesn't matter as much, but I'll do it anyway. No, I don't want to do it for this one. Because the clips are already going to be so compressed. So I do not need. Playback proxy handling. I prefer proxies. Playback. Nope. Proxy. Nope. Nope. There we go. Save. Okay, let's roll for fun, and then we do Did You Know? Proxy handling, prefer proxies. Half. And save. Okay, cool. Wait, I just heard some news that's actually good. What's up? What's happening? I'm trying to think. Did you know now, I guess? I guess I could do it. Did you know? Okay, try again tomorrow. Love you. Wife, I don't know. Before you go, you know there's 6 chances, right? Just want to make sure. Or you might be out of points, actually. That could be the other thing. I didn't think about that. Does he know? Muffin Man? Yeah, I discounted him by half and made them 6. Did you know what number is this? 31. Thought it was 3. I discounted it on Christmas. On Christmas, I discounted it. Dang it, I'm sorry, wife. I thought you knew. I'm sorry. Oh, that is nice. That is good. That is good. I think that's pretty much it. Okay. California W. Oh, I'd never declaw cats. It's like, fuck that. It's just really weird. I don't know. I never understood it. But it's good. I like that. And this did not work the way I needed it to. You fucking... Oh, because I didn't... Because I didn't even add the thing in here. Because I'm a goober. Place. No. Okay. Wait. This one's easy to go up to. Fuck. Apply. I don't know why, but my body is scrunching. Let me relax it. Wait. Yeah, there we go. I like the song. Any vet who performs a procedure in California can have their vet credentials taken. Good. Good. I want to do like a zoom. Pan up, pan down. Or slide in, slide up, slide down. Pan up, rotate around. Stretch blur. Where is it? I thought it was a zoom one. I think that's pretty much it. When you say that's pretty much it, I got it. Then we're good. Okay, sounds good. I'm sorry you got like none of the things you needed. But I love you, and I'll see you tomorrow. Keep well. Like, oh, looking at these news, like 8 p.m. to 1 a.m. That is a long time. To be fair, I agree. That is a really long time. I did not like that one either. This was good enough. Show up at like 10 p.m. fair. Oh, my poor. I mean, one more thing is probably try using studio drivers, but that's more stability. Like for graphics card stuff? Is that what we're talking about? Oops. Yeah, okay. I already do that, so let's go. The studio drivers are graphics card drivers that are meant for people who are gonna push it more. Like games are intensive, yes, but sometimes like programs that you use, like Unreal Engine, DaVinci, and things like that, Substance Painter pushes the graphics card a little more, and the studio drivers are also a bit more. We're speaking of. I want to download Epic so that way I can download Unreal Engine. I was thinking of something and then I forgot already. And they're stable. Yes, thank you. They're more stable, yes. Yeah. Sorry, my brain is like all over the place. Well, what do you mean? I said yes. Now I actually understand. Finish the sentence. It's hard. Finishing sentences is hard. Oh my god, that's a pretty wallpaper. Thank you. It's it's Blue Hole by Sin Yong-hun. I can send it to you if you would like. I can send you the artist if you'd like. I think the music's too loud in this. That or I can hear better. Oh, yes, please. Okay, I got you. me just boop. Actually, I didn't need to switch my thing for this. Boop. There we go. What do you mean I looked away and the PC crashed? It was just like, oh yeah, you wanted to see the wallpaper? I got you. Here you go. Stop it. Stop it. Don't freak out like this on me. Oh, don't you be an ass either. Oh my god. No, that I like that you have a cat for every moment as well. You son of a bitch. This is the only way that I know how to fix that, which is unplug the fucking capture card and replug in the capture card. Which is kind of annoying, but like it is what it is. And then I gotta fucking deactivate and activate it again. There you go. Fucking. Why are you being a whore? You're me a little bit. Oh, that's why. Okay, there we go. Okay, it wasn't completely its fault. Oh, you son of a potato. And to start. Look at the calming jellyfish chat. Aren't they beautiful? And too much. You good, computer? Ew, why you like that? I'm so confused. An introduction. Cool. Jelly. Yeah, it's what I'd put on when I have to switch to my other PC and I can't show you guys things. There you go. I'm flabbergasted. Why are you flabbergasted? What's the matter? Somehow? What's up? I broke my rib in the crowd? What do you mean? What's happening? I saw Don Oliver live. Jesus! Okay, well now I don't know if I want to go to a concert. I'm gonna be really lazy with the edits this week. I think it was Don Tolliver, Playboy Crazy. Jesus. I don't know if I want to go out anymore, Pocky. I don't want to break a rib. Wait, what? Oh, there you go. It's only when you in the mosh pit, I guess. That's fair. Little bro is a Cardi fan. Oh, fair. I also started out, but I don't go in the crowd. Yeah, that's probably for the best. I played a round of Balatro and won with a hand that had nothing but deep go. Hey, that's just how the luck goes sometimes. I need another thing. I need another circle thing. The people, I don't want to deal with it right now. I'm just gonna do it anyway. Was it circles? Circles? I just want to edit it. Okay. So that's gonna stay there, my loves. I will edit that video later when my computer decides not to be a complete whore. And I'm just gonna edit the last one on this computer. That computer's pissing me off a little bit. Okay, I gotta let the others know really quick. As a side note, I think that's a rather big thing. Said nothing. Said thing has gone wrong. I'm gonna edit on my normal. Okay. Did I move all those? Ah, I need the other computer again. Just because I need a file off of it. I'm gonna leave that one there, and I'm gonna take these three. No. This one, this one. Oh. And then just in phase, copy, paste. And just in case, copy, paste. Okay, and I'm just gonna let that sit in the background because I don't trust it anymore. Save project. I think this was 52. Jaw. Lockjaw 53. 53. Cool. Maincoow. This one. Alright, just gotta do this, and then I'll probably call it for tonight because I don't want to work anymore. My brain is dead. Is this a FNAF fan song? No. No. This is an older song. It's a much older song. When did this song come out? Isn't this an older song? Yeah, this came out in 1992. Not the bite of 87. 92. Lockjaw. Oh, yeah. Well, she's been streaming for like 8 hours. I was just curious. You know, when you're just walking and you suddenly remember that you had a dream in that exact moment? Yes, actually. I have had a dream like that. It's very uncanny, to be honest, when that happens to me. I'm just gonna grab them from here because I'm lazy. Like, you suddenly for you, and exactly I was playing out 1-to-1. Yeah, honestly, that happens a lot when I'm about to go to bed. I'm like, I've had a memory, exactly the deja vu moment of like, I've laid down in this bed and done the things that I did before bed in this exact way in a deja vu. Or a word, it's deja vu. It's called deja vu. Oh, I went too far. Like a premonition? Not deja vu, a premonition? No, it isn't. I'm ready to take a second before screaming at someone more. Damn. Fair? Like a premonition? I'm pretty sure it's deja vu. Google it. Google it for me. Oh, deja vu is when you feel like something had already happened before. Yeah, that's what we're saying, right? You know, when you're just walking around and suddenly you remember, wait, that dream you had. Deja vu is when it happens in a deja reveille. I don't want to talk to you guys anymore. You're not being informative. Wait. So is it deja vu then? What Buster said? Is it deja reveille? You're feeling something you never experienced before? Yeah, I've done business. Oh, huh? No. It's like right here. But so much fun. Let's see. think right here. On the beat, and I know it's a place. I don't know what's happening anymore. But I'm proud. I'm proud that we found the key, the answer that we were looking for. So good job, chat. I'm proud of you. Good job. On the beat, and I know it's a song. Oh, cool. I like songs. Okay, now we're gonna go here. And we're going to do clip operations, replace selected clip. I don't want to listen to this right now. Boop. Oh. Oh, I didn't know that those were the lyrics. Oh, yes it is. Wait. I didn't know that. No. I only know the part where it's like, deja vu, I have been in this place before. That's the only ones I know. I don't want to listen to this either. Not in the mood. What's happening? Oh, it's because it is already cropped. I'm stupid. I'm just gonna put this on. I'm sorry. I'm not in the mood for it. I'm sorry. I'm just not in the mood for it. I'm sorry. Forgive me. Forgive me, friend. Forgive me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oops. Ace the Dragon, welcome on in. Thank you for the follow. I hope you have a great day. Tokyo, come back. Okay, I'll play it. I promise I will come back and I will play it after this, okay? The Stray Kids. Prairie Dog. And then this one. Okay. There. This song is aggressive and I feel attacked. I can't just do the song request. I can just do, that's fine. I already did it. I already got you, bro. Oh. Fuck. Oh. Alright, that's too far. You just like also? Yeah. I'm just gonna do it like this because I cannot be fucked right now because I'm upset at my computer. You forgot about the barking. How could you forget about the barking? Bark, 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 bark. Clips. It's Control X. He said swears. He did say swears. Hold on. Has Goblina made these yet? Goblina. Ah, they're not on there yet. I'm screaming. Okay. I'm okay. Okay, wait, hold on. We listened to this already. I'm in a very baby mood right now. Well, I'm just in a little guy mood. So I want to listen to silly little guy music because I feel like I'm about to crash out because of my computer. But yeah, it is what it is. Smile. Okay, save. He says stronger because why not? And I may be screaming lyrics. That's fair. As long as you're having a good time, that's all that matters. As long as everybody's having a good time. I don't. Motivations. Back up. Look at this little guy. So can you? That's not the song you requested. I got you. Hold on. I like the name of the song though. What the fuck is this song? Hold on. I want to know what this song is. Ahem. The Goblina. I think I might. I might just leave it here. This isn't bad, but diff 5. No, fair. That's fair. Don't worry, your song will play next. I just really want to know what this song was about because it's called The Glow in the Dark Rat. And I think that's really interesting. I just realized something. Let's do 20. Is this Boffy? Was this Boffy? No. Unfortunately, no. I gotta fix these two now. Boop. Okay, and then... That's pixels. Yeah, that's pixels. Sorry, I thought we were talking about something else. No, that's pixels. Buffy has his own. It's just not in on this channel. It might be on his channel. So I have it lower in this. Oh, this is obviously smaller. I don't wanna... Oh, it's really only that short. I see. All right, that one's done too. Trello. Does anyone else play Spotify for a couple months? I do like it. It's quite nice. It is quite nice. All right, the videos are going. Oh, I did I not finish this? This one is going to be number 2. I didn't finish this. Oh shit. Okay. Sure. No, it's in here. This one. Is that your post queue? It is. I always work a week ahead of time. And then I have this guy, which has the planner for all the stuff. Plans when stuff gets posted, which is nice. I'm just going to... Good consistency. Thank you, thank you. I try to post... I tend to post 5 times a week. Sometimes more, sometimes less. Alright, so this video can break my heart and I can think about it later. Boop. I need to make I need to do two things. Two things. Two things? Two things. Okay. First thing is I'm gonna do this. So I don't have to think about it. And then I gotta go over here and then go to reactions. Mew. Okay. Mew an indie, I think. I think so. Okay. Today is this one. Yapping. Where hardships and video editing. Boop. Boop. I love the song. Fair. Fair. Font shelf. I'm trying to think about what else we did today. I think these are the main ones, though. Today's the 30th. I think I fucked up. Export. I think I fucked up. Hold on. Thumbnails art. I think I did. I think I see it. I think I can see it from here. I didn't change the dates. Like I always forget to change the dates on my thumbnails. 2020. 29th. Yep. I think it's in this one. Oh, I love Nickelback. That's not the one I want. I think it is this one. Hi, Moira. Oh, shit. Okay, no, I don't have to do it that way. Okay. That's fine. Lurk, have fun. Thank you. Have a wonderful night. Thank you for the lurk. Export whole document. Nope. Yes. This one is the 26th. Okay, cool. My hair and change my name. I just wanna be big rock stars and living into 15 cars. So easy and the drugs too cheap. Okay, I gotta turn everybody back. Hi, Moira. Kiss my little catty on the head. Yeah, I don't know why you came this way. It's not really conducive, I think. I don't, who all reacted? Okay, it wasn't Gordon react. Okay. This one. Mew. Make Mew big Mew. This is old Mew picture. I need Mew new picture. My hair and change my name. You big like stars and living in something 216 cars. Easy and they just come cheap. Copy image, there we go. Hang out in the moon's blues. Hey, I wanna be a rock star. Whoops. Womble. I just wanna be a big rock star, so living in the cause it's so easy to just go cheap. They also need me. Hi, Moira. Do you want to sit in my lap? Here. There you go. I wanna be a rock star. There you go, Moira. The cat is sitting on my hand now. Very cute. Thank you, Momo. I don't think the blanket's on though. Oh no, it is. It's just not that on. Okay, I'll turn it up. Oh, to marvelously drink. What has not been good? And there's Indie. And then Shams. Imagining. I'm not paralyzed, but I wanna make you. I just saw a fucking Cybertruck. Gross. I'm sorry for your loss of eyesight. And Noble. Pancake said they wanted to come too, but I didn't see their reaction. But I'll let Pancake anyway. In case. It means one. And then Shem's tag is all the way over here. Is there anyone else that I'm missing? View reactions. I think that's everybody. Stream. Yep. Okie dokie. I think that's all I'm gonna do for today because I want to go figure out what's up with my PC and I would like to eat some dinner. I love you guys very much. I'm going to go give you to Moon. I don't know what they're doing, but we like Moon, so thank you for stream. Thank you for hanging out. I will see you guys tomorrow for New Year's Eve celebration. I'll try to dress up. I don't know what colors to dress up as, but I'll think of something. But I love you guys I think I know what to do. Kind of, maybe. But I love you guys very much, and I will see you guys tomorrow. Have a great night. You can use the raid message if you want to, but you don't have to. But I appreciate it if you did, because then they know where you came from. Have a lovely night, and have fun with Moon. See you tomorrow. Mwah!